Hello, hello. How you doing? How you been? I am here with coffee. Meep. Meep, meep, indeed. Made the coffee a little too hot. Have to wait. It's a good song though. I like this one. It's God Atkins from Kenji Akira. Shimizu Requiem. Yay. Just in time for us to start the game. I believe if I just press continue, it should put me at the last save. Oh yeah, I remember. We are having some problems with hunger. Well, I don't know if many will that watch today. I think everyone is still dead. Yeah, that's fair. I don't mind. Also, I am uploading all the VODs to YouTube, so you can watch it there if you don't want to. If you don't want to be live, or if you wanna watch it later, or you couldn't make it, etc. So that's okay. I'm just thinking what I was going to do. Too soon to give gifts. Toughness 80 or greater. What about you two? Oh, I can now help with the animals. It was animals 40 or greater. Helping an animal, +1 to... It's a 4 card with +1 to strength challenges. You're dead helping with 2 bristol slugs who got entangled into each other while... Well, maybe they were wrestling. The other doesn't want to get into the details. Oh, jeez. Oh, it doesn't matter anyway. He has a larger one, and you can carefully pull apart the bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourself. 10 minutes later, they are back at it again. The heart's what in once, I guess. What is your next one? Ooh. Testing on animals. Your doctor was running some kind of test on the tripets. Displaying the different chords and trying to see if they have language or just making indistinctive animal calls. You help him by holding up random objects and trying to determine if the sound mapped to any understanding of what they are seeing. They are either saying kill all humans or linguini sports ball, your dad says, staring at the readout holopalm. I just can't be sure. Can't do any more animals. Well, we can't really increase our toughness or combat skill or anything because we are hungry. But +1 to all mental skill increases for 1 month, for 3 months. I think it's time to get some reasoning and stuff. Time to pivot a little bit. Just so we have any skills on that. So let's study life sciences, I guess. Biology and reasoning. It's been a while since you've been life sciences class. You wonder who they got to teach after Professor Hall died. He was the teacher back on the ship. Who could possibly replace him? You take a seat in the classroom. There's no teacher here yet. You and the other students wait, exchanging awkward glances as the time passes. Eventually, Chief Engineer Instance breezes through the door. She is accompanied by Tang, who takes a seat beside you, barely giving you a second look. Look who showed up, Instance snaps with sinking feeling. You know she's talking about. Tristan, can you tell me what life sciences entails? Biochem, medicine, ecology, and geology, right? You easily rattle off the subject names. Instance doesn't look pleased, but she doesn't look disappointed either. That's about as good as you ever get from her, honestly, so you can count it as a win. Dungeon stops you on the way to class. Rixton, were you heading to life sciences? Good, I could use your help with something actually. I'm working with Chief Engineer Instance about in the BL lab. If you give me a hand, I'm sure she'll give you credit for the class. Sure? Honestly, we just need somebody to label petri dishes and move them from cooler to different machines. I hope I could do it. Instance starts unfocused at her hollow eye as she processes the result of the scans. Tan goes and stands beside her, pulling up the scans of her own pollen. They confer quietly while you wait. Sounds like they are studying the shimmer, a mysterious illness. Some colonists get stirring pollen every year, including your dad. Instance looks up at you, if you're just noticing your accent. Rixton, we've been studying samples from some of the colonists get sick during the pollen, including your dad. Some of the stuff in his lungs, it's some kind of fungus. I think a shimmer is a form of reproduction. It's like the fungus is trying to turn us into more fungus-like. It's really neat, actually. I don't know how about feel that one. You sound like you like the fungus. I admire the mechanism, but it would be much safer if the surveyor sets fire to it all rather than trying to study it. Who knows what else is out there trying to kill us. You spend the rest of the week helping them study the illness. Most of this involves following instructions and doing as thanks to repeat jobs hope I could do. Nothing beats hands-on experience though. This would be easier if you had an actual sample of the fungus, Instance remarks. They're not working some biological samples, a fancy word for snot, but according to them the fungus is all mixed with human cells. Instance has to spend a lot of time in virtual space trying to disconnect the two in non-models. Mention the fungus statues you found. That's interesting. However, it's unlikely that his untrained adolescents would simply have stumbled across what we are looking for. It is worth chasing any possible leads on the disease. You could take a look at them in your dad's geoponist lab, but you might need to brush up on your biology studies first. Okay. Have been hard at work. You joined them in their research. You're the one who found the sample of the shimmer fungus, analyzed it. You're the one whose father suffers from the most of it. You come from the shimmer that is an airborne fungal disease, and that the thick choking spores in the pollen are the same fungi from the Valley of Vertigo, the ones that colonize the host and turn their bodies into more spore-producing fungus. Finally, you have a long-loop breakthrough. Sunlight. You try inoculations, antibiotics, antifungal creams. But what finally works is high-intensity light treatment mimicking the full force of the suns during dust, coupled with injections to increase potency. Of course, Tang exclaims. The fungus colonizes animals live during pollen, and some succumb to it, but the intense light of the dust scourges the fungi from the survivors. It's all part of the natural cycle. We can test it on us or on the animals on Dad. We can test it on ourselves. I think that makes the most sense. You open a triple locked research room and pass through the airlock. You don't have your envoy suit on, but that's the point. You need a strong dose of the fungus in your lungs. The small room is filled with the shimmer fungus. It's growing on everything, the floor and walls, and lumpy shapes that were some kind of biological metal once. Now it's all fungus, violent and shiny. You breathe deeply, marveling the feeling of soupy, dangerous air infiltrating your body. Young watches Sable from behind the thick plexiglass. You can't tell if she's jealous or impressed. You slide into the light therapy machine, bask in the nice and warm light for a while. You even have a nap. Dr. Instance takes your vitals and runs samples of your fluids through the various machines, sees excruciatingly through a while. But after a few days, she concludes that the treatment is a success. You still carry a high fungal load, but its effects have been nullified by the light therapy. Oh, we cured the shimmer. It needed one visit to the biology lab. After all of the thing we done outside, I guess. All cards become mined for the shimmer cure. Remarkable, Instance says, going over your findings. Now that we have a frontline therapy, we can begin treating the population to prevent the fungus from taking hold. Brixton's discovery will be of great help to our research. You expect Tangent might be cross that you got the credit, but she nods, looking pleased. We are thankful that no one was killed, not your father or anyone else. The colony is safe from the shimmer. Okay. Interesting hand. Oh, it's Xaxis. Okay. Mid pollen. Late pollen. Should mean that that is fine now? Yeah. I thought that's going to be a thing about that. Same clip on Shimmer on the first run, impressive. Thank you! I mean, I was... The only reason I did that because I had a bonus on learning mental skills, and am I having a minus on learning physical skills, so I was like, let's go to the biology lab. And it just worked. But also, welcome back. Lovely to see you here again. Hello, my little tomato. Your dad's voice rings up across the field. Hale and hearty. You don't have it in yourself to be embarrassed, not during pollen. But with the memory of him struggling to breathe so fresh in your mind. Are you coming to check on your old man? He teases you. He takes a deep breath, holds it, and lets it all out comfortably. I am doing great. No congestion, no sneezing, and I definitely don't want to take a hike outside the walls. Huh, I definitely don't want to take a hike outside the walls. I wonder if that's the mushroom doing that then. Like if you get infected, you have like this want to go where there is more pollen. I know that there are mushrooms in Earth that do that to ants. Like that's kind of where that whole thing comes from. Like that's what The Last of Us is all about as well. So I wonder if that's why he's mentioning that. Your dad pulls you into a big hug, ruffling your hair. He smells like sunshine and dirt and sweat, and you've never been happier to breathe it all in. He's alive. I'm proud of you, he says quietly. You can pull off miracles, kiddo. That's love. +1 from other yellow cards, okay. We are still hungry though. I believe I did, yes. Is that where the animals made out of mushrooms are, right? That's where the topiary quote unquote is. And I got the thing from them. I believe I can't go anywhere else anyway yet, so And not getting any physical boosts anyway means, yeah. I mean, I could forage in the valley. Perception and biology. I am maximum at perception. Biology isn't bad. Register for engineering classes. Oh, I have 5 reasoning now. Interesting. Yeah, they were drawn there. I see. Yeah, it's then it's like that mushroom, like it draws you where you wanna go. Well, it's wanna go to send more spores. That's very cool. Also terrifying. How can I see how much food we have? Doesn't seem like it. Also, look, both my Hopai and my Vricky is at level 3 in command. In command, you can see the colony report. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, this is not command. Where is command? Is it up? Is this command? Yeah, notice board. Dangerously low. Security rating is 0. These are both bad. What does the pollen season? Is not that we will be hosting an elevator system at second month of dust. So that's next. That's near. Pay for incongruation against the shimmer. You can hold a basket. You can forage in team. Can see me or me. I guess we should do picking up stuff. Because one food is plus 10%. Yeah, we should get some food before everyone freaking dies from hunger. And we get biology from it, so that's fine. That's like our mind skill. We have 100 perception, so we should see everything we can. If there's nothing here, I'm going to just load. Because I might have... I don't remember how I ended last time. I might have finished up everything here. Which seems like how it is. Yeah, explain why doing farming can help, but because events don't repeat, making other stuff makes sense. Okay. Yeah, I think we emptied it last time, so I'm just going to load that now. That's why we save. Okay, I don't think I can do farming yet, right? Maybe, yes, we have 20 biology now. We can do farming. So let's do that. You ask your mom if they are still looking people to do that for a farming job. Sure, kiddo. That's assuming you've been studying up your biology. School comes first. I'm ready. Your mom claps you on the back. Ooh, she's just as strong as she looks. Great. Come see me in the geoponics when you're ready to start. It'll be more fun than wheeling dirt around, I promise. Alright. Do work on the farm. Biology and toughness. We get one less toughness, but it's still toughness. And biology, as I said, is our blue skill, so... It's a proud day for your mom. You're finally following her footsteps. She meets you at the gate at the gardens. Hello, Sprout! Come on, we got a lot to cover before you'll be able to keep up with the rest of us. Finally, some real farming. Your mom shows you around the fields and the geoponic domes. She shakes her head. You'll be mostly working in the fields with the heartier earth crops like the potatoes and the corn, as well as the native plants we managed to cultivate. In the state of the crops right now, we need a miracle. She's right, the crops are worryingly meager. Sickly yellow soybeans and the potatoes with lush enormous leaves, but barely any potatoes under them at all. You spend the rest of the day pulling weeds and watering plants. You're dirty up your waist by the time you're finished, but it's good, honest work. You're proud to be able to do something that helps out the colony. Carl gives you a high five and invites you for a cool drink in the cafeteria. All other agriculturists join you. Of all the places in the colony you work, geoponics is most like a family. Maybe because they're always been your family thanks to your mom and dad. Someone broke into the gardens last night and stole some green tomatoes. What a waste. But then they were probably too bitter to eat, but now you don't have seeds to replant. Your mom is furious. This sucks. Your mom calls everyone for an all-hands meeting. She looks grim as she surveys the group. Alright farmers, listen up. Based on the projections, geoponics should have been producing 70% of the colony's food by the end of our third year. The rest was to be provided by stored rations at hydroponic algae greenhouses aboard the stratospheric. Uh-oh. Because we lost so much of our hydroponic equipment in the wormhole incident, as well as 90% of our soy and bacteria cultures, we are nowhere near the productions we need to be at. We also had hoped that we have domesticated at least one native crop, but as we found out from the pixie beans last year, we have some work to do on that front. You are my people, my family. I'm not going to sugarcoat this for you. The colony is going to fail if we don't get a handle on agricultural production. People will die. You feel a pit in your stomach, not just from hunger. You can't imagine someone strong as your mother just wasting away. Your mother pulls up a holoskin outlining work plans for this season. You feel your own hologram pulse as you receive a copy. There's so much life here on this planet, but it seems to fight us at every turn. I've sent soil chemistry analysis to your palms, courtesy of geranium. The soil needs to be conditioned extremely to support earth crops. We need to cultivate the more verminant crops in partnerships with the foragers. Like me! We need to salvage what we can find in hydroponics and get up and running by the end of the year. Your mother would never stoop to being beaten, but you can see the line's fatigues around her eyes. It'll take a superhuman amount of work to turn this around, but it is still possible. We're the people who will save this colony. I believe in us and the miracles we can perform here. Oh, thank you for being here to work. Now let's get out there. Alright. It's a biology check. Okay. So... Oh, this card gets +2. I see. That's a win. It's not a super win. This is much better. +5 biology, huh? Okay. Nobody has anything to say. I don't like being hungry. It's like it still hurts, but I don't think I don't think I feel hunger like other people do. I know I could starve to death, but I'm not scared to die. So it's kind of like, wouldn't be kind of nice just to fall asleep and never wake up? We all die eventually, and it's not a bad way to go. You like roots. Here you go. Wow, they're so colorful. Get in, we are going planning. Happy 2025 indeed. Happy New Year. How you doing? How you been? Want to hear a fun nature fact? Kinda I want duplicate when drawn. It's Hope High Facts. Unsubscribe from Hope High Facts. Glad to hear that. Kinda don't want two cards in my deck. Like, this is one card technically, but don't think I won this yet. Maybe once I get to, like, I think 50 is the next part, I do this. You like... I forgot what you like. Blue fruits and Xeno eggs. Here is an egg. Wonder what's inside. It's still warm. Maybe we can hatch it. Alright. There's a flower. Ugh, nothing ever happens here. Please, 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 just anything. I'm dying here. I watched every Holovid and I've done every quiz in every Holozine, and I'm so tired of being a teenager on the stupid rock. It's almost 5 years and I don't even have a boyfriend. Well, here's a crystal for you. Despite representing only 2% of the average healthy adult weight, the brain consumes the rest of the 20% of all energy produced by the body. So many roses to maintain a relatively small organ. It's inefficient, don't you think? If any one of us demanded such a large share of the colony resources, we should be reprimanded. You have this root. Oh, you have something new to say because now you are friendly. Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. Seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's phrase betrays no emotions as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's really there for someone so young, and that everyone's compromised some of their samples when they were first learning. He leaves, and Tangent sighs as she puts her head into her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. She peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. Are you okay? I'm fine. I compromised an experiment I was working on because was still open. I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. It's so gross here. I probably did that fungus a favor. Tangent takes the puzzle set, tries it from under her workbench and releases while she speaks. There are pollen spores everywhere, and he comes over here and tells me, "It'll be okay, Tang." It's like it's his job to console and patronize me. I hate being patronized too. Hell yeah. I hate being young. Why don't they understand that we have higher expectation for ourselves than they do? I need to learn from my own failures. Tangent's focus. +1 if this has the highest value for 3. That's a big call, but I can kinda make that happen. What I don't need is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay. And the adults will make it all better. I messed up. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. I'm so hungry. Here, have an egg. Cool, thanks. It is my birthday this week. I kind of forgot. Okay, we have your birthday. Very good. Okay, how is the food situation? -4. 4. I 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4. 4 Any cool supply? I still think this backpack will be very good once we can get to buy it. Or, you know, a gun. Is going out for supplies good now? Let me do the save scummy thing again, because this is a different month. This is dust now. You need to get to foot 0 if I remember correctly. That makes sense. Let's try to forage in a valley, and if there is nothing there, we reload and go to hydroponics. Because this is a different month. Some stuff might be respawning. I don't think they have... Oh, wait. Well, I have... That's not gonna help us. That's just for me. But yeah, the events are not coming back. Oh, it's no events, one collectible. Okay, so no events. So nothing yet. Nothing yet. Let me check that though, because I must have missed that then. Oh yeah, there it is. 0 events, 1 collectible. Events respawn in quiet. Well, not going out there then. We have to just muscle up and farm. Which is, you know, fine. I hope the crops you pull look blighted, like moldy, before you even pull them out of the plant. Many of the leaves are pale and yellow. Your mom takes one look at them and starts muttering about nitrogen deficiency. You almost feel guilty breaking for lunch. The kitchen's delivery you water is sort of potato soup with some pale green floating in it, and you eat every flavorless drop. You can't bear to waste a single spoonful. It barely gives you enough energy to make through the rest of the day. Your dad is a total nerd when it comes to ground cheek statistics about the colony's food production. Through him, you learn that the average person eats approximately 200 kilograms of dry rations every year. That works out about 2,000 calories a day. There are about 100 colonies to feed and 2,000 calories a day, so in a year you need to produce about... well, no matter how many times you think it over, the math is grim. Even with all your hard work, geoponics producing far, far less than colonies to survive. It all feels so hopeless. Oh, we can steal? Knowing that all your hard work still has been enough, well, it breaks something in you. Hunger and desperation boil together in your stomach as you work like bitter acid. You're working so hard and you're still starving. You deserve to eat, you need to eat. If you don't eat, you're going not to be able to work as hard as you need to. So when it's just a wheelbarrow of anime carrots looking carrots, what do? This is a way better card. But this is what we must do. Actually, this isn't that bad to all. So this can be up to +6 as well. This always will be a 0, which is not great. Don't steal. Takes extraordinary amount of willpower, but you get all the carrots weighted and delivered to the kitchens. This food is for everyone. It's not a lot for 100 people, but at least you starve together. Can we do an equal? Probably not. Yeah. It's time to Tumnia, the year midst of a celebration when a colony gives thanks for its good fortune. Well, it would be, but as you file into the main square, you can't help but notice that the feast table is nearly empty. But Annie lagged in resources she made up with care. The dishes are lovingly plated, soy cake glisten, steam rises from the bun stuffed with mince, and there are great pitchers of vegetable broth rendered out from even the most inedible fruit scraps. There's a neat stack of sugar cubes for dessert. Oh, sugar, what a luxury! In an underwhelming feast, that'll be a highlight. Reverend Etiquette welcoming speech this year is short. Her frail body trembles as she welcomes you all to Vertumno with a dry, whispery voice and has to be helped off stage. Like all of you, she has been feeling the effects of the famine. I mean... Participation is for joiners. The game is called Don't Starve Together, true. I mean, we have been the bot champion every year. Might as well do it again. Hell yeah. Come add something new every year, but no one's really at their best given the rationing. Running around sweating in the hot sun seems like a luxury nobody can afford, even you energetic kids. You have been the returning champion of the Blood Arena? Kinda. The spectator listlessly wave fans as announces that this year's edition will be thumb wrestling. Last 30 seconds against Chrome, or you get a time penalty. Nemface Falls. No fair. The shipwide thumb wrestling champion. Comes the shipwide thumb wrestling champion. He talks about it all the time. He is the worst. Well, I have extra fingers, so, you know. I don't think it matters, but I do have extra fingers. That is a thing. Oh, this card gets +2, you say. X. Has only one giant thumb? No. Super goal. We can probably finish it up very well too, yeah. We are winning it very hard. And that's fine. Crush his finger, true. +1 toughness, huh? You don't beat Koma at the thumb vessel, nobody can, he's the best. But you do manage to hold through 10 seconds of maneuvering and fake-outs and double fake-outs. The man is a master. In fact, the things you learn from Com in those 30 seconds can be applied to the both you have to wrestle at the end of the contest. You wonder how you never noticed before how much of processing is finesse, which is brown. And you win. Nem whines at Com of being unfair, but she still takes the second place. And we have no stress. Except for geoponics and the foragers and the kitchen. And everyone who uses the break from their usual work to help at the places they didn't close. Okay, it's not really a break, but you try to take it easy. What's up? Hey Rixton, what's going on? Oh, nothing, just thinking about, well... I guess it's not like you can get me in trouble now, so I used to have a pet. She was like a little pink caterpillar. I called her Socks. Aw, she lived in a trunk of the storage barn, nobody knew. But she didn't stay little forever, and then she got big, like real big. And I couldn't figure out what to feed her, so she ran away. I'm sorry, I just hope she's doing okay. I'm sorry, I don't know how that feels, pets to pets. Can I give away things yet? No. Oh. So he's the one responsible for the famine. It might be. Like, maybe not the famine, but apparently there was some food missing at one time, so it might have been Sak if she was living in the barn. Work on the farm. Your mom is working the fields when you arrive. She works the fields when you leave. Every day she works the longest and the hardest. You know your mom is strong, but not that strong. It worries you to see her growing more gaunt and pale as the famine stretches on. Even your dad pitches in to help the fields when he is not analyzing the plants to see if there is any way to make them better suited to Vertumland soil. He always has a joke to spare or a friendly word. It's nice to have him around, even under these conditions. You hear an uproar from the other side of the fields and run over, worried there might be an accident. Unbelievable, people are cheering. Your mom proudly holds a potato plant over her head in one hand, her biceps straining under the weight of the tubers and the clumpy brown soil. You count 3, 5, 7 perfect mature potatoes on just one plant. Potato saves the day, long live the Irish, true. Stretching all around you in the field, the leafy green tops and other plants wave in the breeze. You look around at the other agriculturists. Some of them had tears of relief in their eyes, and everyone is smiling and laughing. That's a good one. Card becomes a 3. Well, it won't if it's already a 3. Super goal. New perk, Native Botany. Xenobotany research in the geoponics. Ooh. How are you doing with the food situation? 20%. So 2 more? Self-satisfaction. You can figure out on the next run. Yeah, I guess we have to be more friendly with Carl the next time earlier on in the run. You know I love to eat. Can't give you anything yet. Can't give you anything yet. Everybody else I gave something. Can I give Carl things faster, or is just that was just a fluke and I forgot last time? Just the person I was hoping to see. Hey, you wanna get in your hands dirty? Well, more dirty. The survey teams are bringing in a ton of animals we're working on and domesticating, and we could use your help. You already know the way around the shovel, so I figured you wouldn't mind stopping by sometimes giving old man the hand. Carl is helping out too, so you'll have a friend to work with. And if you happen to outfit the survey teams, keep an eye for more animals to bring home. Sure thing. Animals in geoponics. Ooh. Does that provide food? Well, we can take a look. We have 4 more months. Animals empathy, friend with Carl. Oh, let's take a look of one. Isn't Bobber a Polish meme of the guy picking up random wombat out in the wild? I have no idea, but that would be funny. You meet your dad at the animal pens, fresh and ready for your first day at your new job. Your lad laughs at your clean clothes and your scrubbed face. Oh, Pumpkin, I'm sorry to tell you that you're a little overdressed for the position. You're gonna get dirty and hack today. Go on, put these overalls and let's get to work. Cow. You change and follow your dad to the float cow pens. He rubs their noses and he points at their names. I know they're cute, but these ladies aren't pets. They are livestock, and more than that, they are not really domesticated like our animals back home. They are more like tame. We give them animals lots of room to roam, and we feed them well. They're not gonna get chased down and eaten by bigger animals, and help them if they are sick. Explore the botany lab button, it will open up the other option. Okay. It's a pretty good deal, I think, but they're still pretty wild. You gotta be careful with them. We're pretty lucky that Vertumno has hired animals, makes it a little easier. We probably have real domestic animals in a couple 100 years. As long as it's safe for work, you can send a link. That's okay. Well, kiddo, we've got all kinds of animals. What do you want to learn about first? Ugh. The slugs, I guess? They're so cute. Petable. Oh yeah, we got a ton of them. They are great, slow and easy to catch and real gentle. Don't let the spikes fool you. They are really cuddly and don't mind when you pet them. It actually helps them. In the wild, they be scratching up all sorts of knock off these itchy berries. They are not really berries, they are more like eggs. Well, they are like berries though because they are sweet, and you know what, never mind. Vertumnan animals are pretty weird. The float cows. Here they are, beautiful aren't they? They're pretty gross. You don't want to know where they what they make their milk, but I'll give you a hint, it's not dairy. It's not any weirder than when people used to drink cow's milk. I mean, who's the first guy who decided to do that? We figured out if we keep feeding them what they eat during pollen, they keep making milk year round. It makes them heavy enough that they don't float away. Otherwise, we'd have to keep them on leads like balloons. Sugar bugs. So squishy sugar bugs all come together in the moist muck. These guys are pretty cool. They are a colony just like us, and if you tickle them, you get... He brushes a finger on top of the sugar bug, and the jet gooey steps come out. Sugar bug syrup. Pretty neat, right? Having them like balloons would be adorable though. Yeah, I mean, that's how you walk them, I guess. The tripets. No joke, we thought these guys were just plants for the first couple of years. We transplanted them from the wild into the greenhouses, but I guess that was just part of their life cycle, because it turns out they are sentient and can move around and stuff. We moved them to the greenhouses into the barns, but we don't really treat them differently. They mostly just sit there. Alright, let's get started. Great! That's the kind of energy I want to see around here. We need someone to mug the float cove stables. They might float, but their poop sure doesn't. Have fun! Okay. +1 to physical cards. Can I get to the execs? Probably not. No, that's fine. We didn't get any food from that, did we? I mean, it was cool, but... -20 still. Okay. A little scary. Work on the farm, shovel the dirt, tend to the animals. Deliver supplies. This is only the lunch. Engineering, life sciences, humanities. Sports ball, lookout, defense training. I did? Oh, there it is. For some reason, I did not see this button for some reason. Hey kiddo, the dad says, looking up from his work desk where he's disassembling a huge pear-shaped flower. Can you hand me that separator? I've got my hands in things. I've really got my hands in things here. You hand him the tool and he uses the wedge it open with some sort of weird stoma-like opening inside the bell. Gooey purple nectar oozes out and pulls at the desk. Whoa! I thought I drained this little beauty. Can you get a towel, I guess? You help him mop up the flower juice. Yuck, it's sticky and smells like rotting vegetables. When you're done, he looks at you with pride. You know, I've been thinking getting one of you kids come to help me out with researching the native plants. You think you might be able to break off some time to help your old man in the lab? I know you've been studying biology. It's not as glamorous as gene tech research with instants, but it is important. Let me talk to your mom about it tonight before you go telling her. She's not a fan of alien plants, you know. If it were up to her, we'd be filling these greenhouses with earth plants and nothing else, but there's gotta be more on this planet what we can cultivate. If you find any cool plants while exploring, bring them here and we can take a look at them. Okay. Alright, I'm going to save. We only have 3 months. So I wanna do this. Biology organizing. So I do want to do this, but it might hack us up if we don't get food from this. We have to go back to the farm. Your dad introduces you to the little lab they have set up in one of the greenhouses. It's incredible. We're surrounded by alien flora and we know practically nothing about it. What's edible? What's medicine? What can we make fibers with or build with or use in ways we haven't thought of yet? You and me, we're gonna find out, my little potato. And here's where you'll be working. The bench is buried in samples and breakers and weird-looking alien sprouts. More than just simple tables, the endless bench is covered in buttons and little holes you could plug things into. Carefully find the on switch. There's no on switch. Yep, you looked everywhere. Don't touch anything. Go ahead and mess around. You won't break anything. Okay. Stick something in a hole. When we're sitting in the small hole, there's a loud burr noise. Oh no, you broke it! Nah, just kidding, you're fine. Good instincts, kiddo. Yo, kiddo, it's Congruence. The friendly ship's computer beams at you from her own holoscreen set into the bench. Of course she's here. She's a guardian of our knowledge of the colony. After all, I wonder where she got the yo from. Don't tell anyone, but Congruence is the real brains of the operation. She'll make sure she won't do anything you won't do anything super dangerous. Which means you and I get to focus on experimentation. If you follow the rules and stick to what you already know, you won't learn anything new. So don't be afraid to start new stuff. Yeah, let's study some mushroom. You examine the mushroom under a microscope and take notes in its cellular structure. Part of the reason it needs to be harvested wet is because the cells are so saturated that they lose structural integrity and turn as well mush during the glow. Studying the exact process which cells take in water leads to breakthrough. It might be possible to hack a process and stop the mushroom trees from taking on too much water during wet. If they don't take on as much water, they won't take as long to dry. It's colony defense. Okay. Stick to above ground. Close its pores, reducing native pressure, but it pull up much from not on the ground. Logging will be much more efficient. I mean, that's cool, but that's... My colony defense is important, but we are still dying. So... Okay, let's get back to work. We'll go and find better space spotted later. We have to work on the farm. Half of the crops you pull look blighted, like they're moldy, yeah. Oh yeah. Let's see if this gives food. If doesn't, I reload. Because it just it went like, this is not very good. It did not give food. Okay, that doesn't do anything for us. It just doesn't show up on the first event. Okay, fair. Alright, back to the botany lab. You'll be studying the sponge cake you found out in the Valley of Vertigo that's oddly shaped, trampolining round. As you suspected, it's a type of fungus. The analysis bench tells you it contains edible starches. Once dried and processed with a maturing agent, acidic sparks and woodwork ricening, it will make a wonderful flower. A challenge is now to cultivate it. It multiplies quickly, and you've seen how it stops anything else from growing near it. Okay. This is actually a very difficult question. She will say no. I know we shouldn't not ask her. But if she says no, it's gonna be so bad. I mean, I wish ask dad was an option here, yeah. I would go for dad because she would say yeah, he would say yes, but would you look at that? No, absolutely not. Get that out of here before it contaminates the crops. We all know how Pixie Bean's experiment turned out. I know you've studied the sponge cage, but it's still not sure about it. I am sure I checked. I know, you're a real chip of the clock, aren't you? You probably have its whole genome map. Fine, let's find a base for it. Hell yeah. Okay. You plant the sponge cake in a special field, guaranteed on the other side of the giant Ponnings dome, from the rest of the crops. By the end of the month, you can already tell that it's taken root and will start producing viable food soon. You should get your first harvest during pollen, when the sponge swells up at its sweetness. Ooh! +5 on calorie food! Ah, we did it! That's so much food! Holy shit! Cultivating sponge cake. Many of the earth crops grow through dust and need to be harvested before wet. This means the colony has more food available year round. It's going to be an incredible boom. Hell yeah. Not a great hand. Yeah. Yeah, we have no gems here. Not better. There we go. We needed some flowers, that makes sense. You're surprised that when you wake up this morning and your mom and dad are both still in your quarters. Usually they are gone long before sunrise. You pull back the curtain and and they look over at you with big smiles. Rixton! Your mom says, straightening a mug of black tea in her hand as your dad drops her feet. Good morning. Why are you still here? Yeah. Good morning. Someone didn't get the news. You're announcing it later today, but guess what, kiddo? I think we're gonna be okay. The famine. We need to do the work, but we pulled it off. We got out of the spiral. We're going to be okay. Between farming and foraging, we secured enough food to make it through until harvest next year. That's great. Your mom salutes you with her black tea. She looks more relaxed, not you've seen her for a year at least, maybe since you landed on Ventungna. Your dad sighs happily. I'm already looking forward to dinner. I haven't really cooked in ages. What should we have, Rickton? Sponge bread. Or well, we could mom choose. Mom should choose. That's right. It was her hard work that saved the colony. Your mom chooses a great big pot of roasted vegetables, peppers, onions, corns. It's sweet and little spicy and so delicious. Yeah, blep is like hyper caffeine. We have chewed on sometime. You and your parents cook a private meal in the kitchen. Your dad does most of the work, but you help. When you sit down for a quiet family dinner, you realize this is the first time you've done this. You can't even remember how long. You talk about your day in the most mundane way possible. It's so pleasantly normal. Ended the famine. You don't even get close to clearing your plate since your body isn't used so much food. But that's okay. You eat slowly and savor it. Every bite is heaven, and made even better knowing that your real impact on the colony's future. And not a moment too soon. Holy shit. Leaning on his shovel. Hey Rixton, he calls, but he's look past you, but where Amenom is beating an absolute tear out of a dummy. A fierce battle cries echo across the colony, make a call winds. She's been going totally hard lately, huh? She asked me yesterday if I wanted to spar with her. She said it would be good for self-defense. I told her I don't want to fight, not her, not the training dummy, and not anything on the planet, for real. I've never seen her get so mad at me. She called me baby and told me I'm just gonna end up forcing everyone to protect me because I'm weak or helpless or whatever. He seems just stopped the ground a few times with his shovel. I just don't think it's right to fight anyone, especially the Xenos. They were here first. What do you think, Rixton? Sometimes you don't have a choice. I mean, fighting is not good, but sometimes you have to punch things to survive. Jeez, you sound like an adult. They always tell us that both sides of argument, but I tried and I just think you have to hurt someone to get what you need. You don't deserve to have it. But what if your loved ones are in danger? Sometimes you need to pitch a pin to get a pork. Yeah, I mean, that's what this option is. I mean, that's totally scary, and you kinda shouldn't put your loved one in a situation where you could be in danger the furthest. What if your life depends on it? How is that fair? Their life depends on it too. You can't just decide you get to live and they don't. What if they attack you first? If something attacks you first, you probably did something wrong. Maybe you shouldn't keep going places where they wanna attack you. I don't know about that one, Carl. Yeah, I disagree on that one. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's... I don't want to call him naive, because that's not what he's being. He's being a pacifist. They have not many fascists in their life. Yeah, I mean, we are a socialist utopia. He's like, yeah, we can just hug, you know, and it's like, yeah, we could, but have you ever been in front of a chimera? I think they are cool. I would love to smooch a chimera, but I can't because it will kill me. So sometimes you have to punch a thing. I can see your point. I'm glad you think so too. Sometimes I think about the Xeno I had to kill the first time they attacked, like, obviously I'm glad I'm alive now, but now it's dead. Animals are not fascists, exactly. His eyes go back to Nam. She stopped sparring with the training dummy and is looking up at the garden as she has a drink. Neither she nor Carl wave at each other. It was an accident. I didn't mean to kill it. It just happened. I wished I could tell it I'm sorry. Just gotta pay to figure out how to live in peace with all the cool things that live in this planet. Hey! Look! Like, hey! Look at this weed I saw growing over here. Ooh. 7-point physical card. Carl has such strong convictions. It's one thing you like best about him, even if some people disagrees with them. Yeah, he's tough, he's mostly loyal, he's extremely peaceful. You spend a few hours with Carl in the garden as he shows off the area that he's getting ready for the next planting season. The adults are really starting to trust him with more planting as he gets older, and he beams with pride. When you finally head out, you are just as dirty as he is, but you feel so much lighter. You don't get a thing? Rixton, you gotta help me. Mom keeps talking about how we're all gonna have to start having babies, and she gets this look about her. I don't wanna have any scungy babies. Either gotta be in girl body anyway. I'm tougher and stronger and lots of boys, and no one's telling them you have babies. I have news for you, darling. It's the future. You can just anyway put in the trans flag someone. Yes, put in the trans flag. What do you like other than eggs? We don't know. Do you like flowers? Here's a flower. Nope. Hell yeah. 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 Here, have one of these. It seems you've remembered my birthday, Tank says, taking the roots and turning them over in their hands. The lids curls in this taste of the dirt, but sticking them. How thoughtful of you. I have so much to do today, but I'll set these roots to analyze later. Thank you. Okay, now we know your birthday. Very good. When is your birthday? We don't know. But here, have a root. Oh, you have the... Are you twins? I thought you were just brothers and sisters, but I guess you are twins then. For my birthday? Oh, thank you. This is like... It's from a very rare plant. Did you find it while you were exploring? And we have extra conversation with him now. You catch this on the ridge overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head around to something playing through his ear-speak. He doesn't notice you as you walk out. He jumps when you tap him on the shoulder and scrambles to turn off the holopan. Don't sneak up on me like that, he grumbles, then flops backwards on the grass to look up to you. Man, I was just getting to the good part of the song. What are you listening to? Just some old music from Earth. You probably don't like me. Like it. Are you listening to porn? Try me. You sit down beside this and extend your hand to link your holopalms. He stares at you for a few seconds before pressing his palm to yours, and the music floods your brain through your ear-speak. Chris takes his hand back and waves his fingers together. I listen to a lot of Earth music. Do you like it? Ah, it has words in it. I love this band. Crest a smile. Relieved. Good, it's my favorite right now. I always listen to the same album on repeat. It's comfort music. I really like her voice. Wow, he really is like autism coded a little, which is fine. Kinda her sister too, but in a different way. He stares into his lap. Sometimes I feel like the lyrics are about me. They are just so deep, like my soul really gets this kind of music. But don't tell anyone, okay? It makes me feel better thinking that someone knows my pain, even if it's just a dead earth woman. Sounds deep, man. For the money? No, don't wanna say again. Yeah, I have a lot of time to think, not like everyone else here. Aww. That's a cool picture. I like this though. Like, I have high enough creativity to show him some new music he might like, which might benefit him too. But I kinda wanna hold his hand. He's cute. He's nice. I honestly still think it's either him or Carl. Or both. So you know what? You reach out tentatively and link your pinky fingers with this, feeling him tense up beside you. He darts your nervous glance, then looks up at the sky, then he sees you looking back at him. His cheek go completely red. He doesn't hold your hand, but he doesn't move away either. And now we get to listen to this music. Here, have a flower, we have plenty of those still. Cheap gift of looking not good in my hair. It's a cool song. Yeah, we still have an egg for ya. Afternoon starshine. Organizing. All right. Let's do xenobiology. With gene tech, not every plant has to be what it seems. You can take plant's genome and nudge it a little bit, making it more resistant to disease or require less water, or giving it higher yield or more delicious fruit. Humans used to do this on Earth even before the advent of gene tech. Congruence tells you that bananas and corn used to barely be edible before people bred them for human consumption. With gene tech, it's even easier. +2 to straights. I wonder if I should do my last thing. We will find out. We shall see. Thank you for asking, though. Thank you for asking if it was too spoilery. I'd like to find that out. If they say no, that's fine. I am thinking we should do lookout duty for this last part. Even though, maybe not. He will tell you at some point? Good. Thank you. However, hey chat, as they used to say, is there a way to grow colony defenses? Because we're still in the red in that department. We have sufficient food, but colony security is still in the red. Is there an option that will grow that reliably? If there isn't, I'm just going to go back then to the animals. Because I'm thinking lookout duty, but it also grows 2 skills we already have. Not from place, okay, that will be later. Alright, let's tend to the animals at Glow. Because I am actually curious about that too, because the animals get weird at Glow. And also I just like them. Not from one place, alright. There are only a few glowing plants at the garden, so the dark of Glow have to do a lot of outdoor work by lamplight. In an eerie north light, fertile earth dirt looks like the same as Vertumnen dirt. It's so hard to see what you're doing. It's kinda random events in random places. Animals are adorable in this game, agreed. The animal designs are fantastic, agreed. The roll wakes you. It would wake the dead, shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. You're paralyzed by a sudden clench of fear in your gut. Through your porthole window, you hear the metal screeching and people shouting. Then another roar, guttural, rumbling like the sound of a mountain collapsing. Something enormous is out there. You don't know what gives you the courage, but you run off the fields to face the horrible creature face to It has no face. Jesus, criminy. In place of a face, or even a head, his body just unzips, revealing a mess of writhing pink tentacles and blinking eyes, poked with jagged, asymmetrical teeth. Yep, the music stopped, of course. It's this time, huh? Uh-oh. It stands on 4 enormous, powerful legs, each as wide across its tree trunks. Clinging to its back on its thick, slug-like tail are clumps of lichen that glows faintly in the night. The creature is nearly twice the height of the greenhouse, is standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from plasma rifles and stun gloves lighted from underneath. The stench of ozone is thick in the air. You see Nem and her brother come darting in and around its legs, with their twin shocks of red hair. The faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse, oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. The monster left a trail of destruction from where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring through the gap and heading towards command. Watch helplessly as the horde of animals storm command, sneaking through the torn-away panels, smashing through windows. It's too far away to hear the screams, but Governor Edicut is inside. You have to do something. Well, the governor had a good run. I'm sorry. Yeah, they are. Rest in peace. I'm helping my friends. You run toward Geoponics, picking up a handful of rocks as you cross through the barren fields. When Com sees you, he gestures you to flee. Get out of here, Rixton! You're gonna get yourself killed. You grab the rocks in defiance. You're sick of being told to hide like a child. You want to help. Remember that time when I won the Bothathlon every time? You try your hardest, but even with the full force of the tank squad, you can barely keep it contained near the farms. You dart in and around the battle, throwing rocks and making noise to keep the abomination's attention away from the rest of the colony. Its tentacles whip around, slapping the ground and knocking into people, picking them up and throwing their helpless bodies like dolls, only to be crushed under its massive trunk-like feet. The fields are littered with bodies of the fallen. Sweat stings in your eyes, but somehow you stay on your feet. Others aren't so lucky. Brixton, watch out! Crum cries out, and you look just in time to dodge the wet slap of tentacles, tripping over a body and sprawling to the dirt yourself. The faceless makes a horrible noise from deep inside its craw, flecking you with spittle as your guts liquefy from a near miss. You're close enough to feel the sick heat radiating off it. It doesn't have a face, but you realize with horror that it sees you. The beam of a plasma rifle arcs over your head, and the faceless roars again and turns terrible attention to calm. How fun and whimsical, and then comes the episode. Exactly. It's look, emotional roller coasters are always are a good way to tell a story, right? And we knew Glow is coming and Glow is bad. It's just we are so busy with trying to find a cure for the disease, trying to find a way to get more food, that we forgot that actually maybe we should fortify the freaking base, because this. You scream and uselessly cover your head as it lumbers over you. As you scramble to your feet, you see Combe go flying through the air. He lands a few meters away with a sickening wet crunch. Nem cries in horror as she runs to Combe's side, but it's too late. His body is bent in an unnatural angle, his eyes open and his face frozen in stupefied terror. He looks unreal, like a wax mannequin. He's just gone, like that. Nem lets out a primer scream of pain, and you can see the thought ignite in her mind, contorting her face with ugly fury as she stands up and launches herself at the faceless again. You grab her arm and she yells at you in wildest rage before collapsing to her knees, throwing her body over Combe and sobbing like the scared teenager she is. You can only stand and watch. Yeah, that sounds like something I can not foresee by default. Like, they teased this monster before. We have flash forwards for this point, but we didn't know it was coming this year. You hear a colossal cracking noise and look up to see the faceless stumble towards the stratospheric. With a roar that shakes your very molecules, it loses its balance for the last time and falls onto the ship. Metal screams as the ship buckles and gives away. Wall pieces of the quarter's wing shear off as your home opens like a tin can, spilling its contents into the square. The strato launches, then collapses under the creature's weight. The abomination is slain, but the wails of grief join the whimpers of the dying. You have to wonder, at what cost? The council calls a colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the oppressive gloom of the glow, you gather near engineering with the other survivors. It's one of the few buildings still standing. The corpse of the faceless still sits hit the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling the flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw. It's already beginning to sink. You can't forget what you saw. Your mind keeps replaying the terrible moment. The faces rearing up and obscuring the sky. Em and her brother looking so small before it. Governor Ellicott was killed by the smaller creatures that swarmed the commander in the attack. In her absence, Zeke addresses the colony. The council acknowledges the bravery of the defense squad, citing their heroism in finally taking down the Faceless. Geoponics is gone. The greenhouse is destroyed, and the fields trampled. After a year of suffering, starving, and only barely scraping by, you are not just back where you started, it's even worse. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche. It's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that people hiding in the creche weren't all killed. Zeke solemnly reads the name of those who lost in their life. Too many, including Governor Edica. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Em and her family cry out when her brother Com's name is called, and their quiet sobbing continues throughout the silence. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You are crowded into the classroom with other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you are all still shaken. Em cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her grief, as painful as it is to hear her sobbing at night. You feel like you've been awake for days. You'll never fully sleep again. You try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, you fall asleep, sitting up, held in your father's arms. In your sleep is fitful, but mercifully dreamless. Jesus. Well, there goes literally everything, huh? Okay. The engineering wing is the only one standing. Crazy. I just don't understand. Why now? Why does it keep getting worse? What is the point of having all these kudos if I can't actually use them, like buy stuff we need? Like, hello, it's not like I can mail order some supplies through the wormhole. Like the other people in Geoponics, your dad has been working day and night to salvage what they can after the attack. It's gonna be okay. We just need to work hard. Pa puts on a brave smile. We have a lot to be thankful for. You're still alive. That has to count for something, right? Your mom looks overdrawn with lack of sleep. Be careful out there. Don't want anything to happen to you too. He's examining a bit of rubble, turning it over in his hands. I wonder if you're gonna find like alien tech. Wouldn't that be cool? Can't even leave, huh? Oh. Is there anything to click on other than engineering? I don't think so. Morn is our only way to... Can you prevent this, or this is gonna happen no matter what? Rebuild or Morn, yeah. Engineering is crammed with families, and on balance they salvage from destroying living quarters. You could spend time with your crowded temporary lodging in the classroom, or help the adults try to fix things. Well, Time to rebuild. Toughness and organizing. You can't prevent it. Yeah, that makes sense, I guess. The first month quiet passes, each day plodding one after another. You still have trouble sleeping in the classroom barracks, but there's nowhere else to go. Every day you wake with the others and try to make the best of it. Grief and anger comes in waves, not just for you but for everyone. Some days are better than others. You're assigned to help to rebuild the walls. The first part of the month is spent dragging away the wreckage, sorting it into salvage or recycling. By the time it's done, crews disassembling parts of the stratospheric have delivered through the salvage that you can begin work patching up the walls. A sense of urgency permeates the crew. After everything, people need to feel safe. This is on the working crew with you. Something he does begrudgingly. Wells didn't help the first time, he grumbles, whenever anyone asks for his opinions. We should just tear them all down and live like animals do. If someone planted a bunch of buildings on my land, I'd be pissed off too. Once I managed to kill the Faceless, but it crushed the colony anyway, and the game was very clear you can't change that. Yeah, it's a safe point in time, I guess. Like, it has like a term for it. Like, it's a fixed point in the timeline that just cannot be changed. I don't think this is right. I think walls are pretty important. I wanna like make him feel like he's right, but he's not right here. Like, look, yes, we could do that, but that's not for everyone, clearly. By the end of the month, you may noticeable progress. There are other priorities and not a lot of construction material. But when last year's mushroom harvest done trying out, you'll be able to do more. Even this is right that it didn't have the first time. It's better than nothing. Car becomes red. Oh, but the red cards are +1, okay. That doesn't work. Not a great hand again. We wanna forget these, but because we don't have a lot of stress on us nowadays, it's actually pretty hard to forget stuff. Yeah, I gotta use some items here. We have a bunch of these woods, and they are pretty good. The sun's finally down again on your birthday. You work early and climb up the top of engineering to watch the sun's watery rays break the horizon as the wormholes recedes across the sky. Dawn should represent hope after a long period of darkness, but this light only reveals the full extent of damage to the colony. You've been having trouble sleeping, like most people. It's hard to find rest crammed into the classroom with all the other kids and their families, and every time you close your eyes you shake your head to clear the memories. You pull your blanket more tightly on your shoulders. Not your blanket, that one's gone. And stare out the sun rises onto the horizon, meager and sickly. Hey kiddo, you hear your mom comes and sits down beside you. Thought I'd find you here. You both sit in silence while watching the sunrise pick out all the broken glass littering the fields, glimmering like a field of stars. After a few minutes, your mom nudges you with her elbow. So, she says, your first apocalypse, huh? Ah. She half smiling self-deprecatingly. First one is always the hardest. When the first colony was attacked back on Earth, I thought that was it. Everything my parents told me about the power of community, all that. I thought they were full of shit too. She turns and gives you a serious look. It's okay to be sad right now. And mad too. I'm mad as hell. I want to get out there and rip every goddamn mushroom out of the ground. And that's keeping me going for now. But that's not going to be forever, Rixton. Eventually that sadness and rage is going to cool, and you have to figure out how to feel after that. She points at your chest. Hope lives here. It's the human condition. We just don't know when to give up. Your mom squints into the sunrise. I had to figure out how to have hope too. I needed it to get on busted up spaceship with your dad and launch myself through a wormhole. Hope is why we had you. Things work out as unusual ways, Rixton. It just takes time. You watch the sunrise together for a few more minutes. After a bit, your mom pulls out a little box tied with a piece of gardening twine. From your father and I, she says. Happy birthday, kiddo. You know what it is before you open it. Your old medallion, the one your dad made with the sun on to represent Earth, was broken during the attack. Other kids you didn't even notice, but your parents did, and made you a new one. It's just like you remembered. A similar design, with a wormhole on this time, to represent Vertumna. You thank her and squint out to the swirling wormhole, still barely visible in the brightening sky. It's so massive and awe-inspiring this time of year, but it always seems to herald disaster. You're happy to watch it fade away into the daylight. Your mom lets out a dark chuckle and slaps you on the back. What a birthday. Here's to another one, right? You both head back downstairs to the wreckage of the canteen, where they've put up temporary roofing with whatever tarps and scraps can be found. The colony nanoprinters, the few that still run, have been working day and night to replace the necessities of life, but larger construction projects are going to take some time. Aunt Annie has coaxed into the kitchen nanoprinters into making soy gruel and pressed bars, life-sustaining but depressing. You and the other colonists eat your breakfast in stony silence as you mentally prepare for the day. Chief Administrator Seek has taken over interim governor until the council can elect someone new. Yeah, 14 is going to be my year for sure. Now I'm 15 and it's no longer my year. Last week they held a mass funeral for everyone who died. Their stock turning the stratospheric destroyed front half into a memorial shrine after everything useful has been salvaged. There is still so much to do. Anything changed? Papa can fix this. Cute. Maybe you can have a hoverboard park. That's pretty cool, right? I can't believe it's all gone. All that work gone in one night. What do you want? This wretched planet, that was my ship. Yeah. With everyone living in here, there's barely enough room to think. Let's do some more rebuilding. We are still not even halfway with our stress. We are so good. You're assigned to help out in geoponics. Thank you for the hydrate, Boba, and the stretch. Life-giving water, nectar of the gods. How you doing? How you been? Lovely to see you here. Big stretch. Yeah. The agriculturists have been hard at work trying to salvage what they can of the ruined fields and destroyed greenhouses, but there is a lot of work to be done. Your mom is fine from her role is in fine form in her role as chief cultivator. She never admitted, but managing crisis is what she's made for. Carl is working at geoponics too. He smiles at you. Hey Rixton, lots of stuff to do. What do you want to work on? I like the animals, but I think it's either greenhouses or fields. I think the fields are the most important. I think that's gotta be what we work on first. You and Carl are set to work on the fields. Luckily they were mostly empty during Glow, but quiet is supposed to be the season of planting. With the deep compacted trenches where the massive faceless stomped all over the colony defenders, the fields are in worse shape than when you landed. You are set the task at aerating the soil. You and Carl trade off, one of you guiding the bot with dangerous looking aeration extension, while the other uses a shovel and sometimes a pickaxe to loosen soil and dig out pieces of debris. Then there is the spark snow. It will raise the soil acidity if it sits long enough to melt, and your earth crops hate that. When you are not aerating the soil, you are trying to keep it from piling up. There are tarps laid out over the fields, but shoveling the snow from the tarps is backbreaking work too. It's exhausting. Everyone is worried that this will be the final nail in the coffin of your food supply after the famine last year. You try not to think about it too hard, instead focusing on just what you can to help rebuild. Card becomes 3. That's a good hand. You're eating in the mess tents when you hear something rumbling. Your bowl and cutlery start rattling. People look around in alarm. Could it be another attack so soon? You begin to hear shouting from outside. Someone runs to the tent. There is something falling from the sky. It's on fire. Uh-oh. You join the crowd of people leaving your temporary structures to gather the colony square. People are squinting up the milky, quiet sunlight, pointing at the gesturing widely. It's impossible to miss the thing hurtling towards you from space, like a great big ball of fire coming straight at you. Is this it? Is this the end? After all you've been through, a meteor is going to land in the middle of already ruined colony and kill you all. It's another ship! Mars grabs your shoulder and exclaims, Look, it's another spaceship from Earth! Excitement ripples through the crowd. Could it be? Oh no, it's worse. You stare up unbelieving at the rapidly approaching ship. The flames of its entry into the atmosphere dissipate, but a thick column of greasy black smoke trails behind it. Soon you can hear the whistle rippling through the atmosphere at terminal velocity. That is not a controlled descent. It's an enormous ship coming at you way too fast. The ship's reserve thruster fire, trying to slow it down so it doesn't smash into a billion pieces when it hits the planet. Everyone scatters to take cover. You crouch behind some rocks, throw your arms over your head and squeeze your eyes shut. You hear the massive spaceship touch down in geoponics, plowing through the field and grinding over what was left of the greenhouses. We just worked on that. We just fixed the fields. We just fixed it. You are thrown into the ground from the force of the impact as sharpener and small rocks zing past your head. It grinds along like some rolling monster, cutting great scar through the colony and kicking up enormous cloud dust. Finally, the ship comes to a creaking, shuddering halt. You and the other colonists carefully crawl out of your hiding places, coughing and rubbing your eyes. The new ship is half buried and obscured by dust, but you can tell it's from Earth. You squint to make out the stenciled letters. Heliopause. The hatch opens and silhouettes begin to emerge. Silhouettes with guns. Soldiers march out of the dust and quickly surround all remaining colonists. More soldiers from 2 parallel lines from the ship square, their guns in parade rest, and lone figure strides down the center towards you. Greetings, fugitives from Earth. Oh no, it's a hot fascist. That's the worst. You'll make a hot corpse. It's like Nausicaa. Oh no. A dismayed murmur ripples through the crowd. The others exchange significant looks. Chief Engineer Instance tries to slip out of the crowd, but she's tossed by the line of soldiers. The man smiles. He has a broad, easygoing smile that doesn't match the threatening aura of the soldiers, nor the smoking ruin of ship behind him. I am Commander Loom. As captain of the Helopaus, I have come to render aid and bring you to justice. I'm just going to listen what this bozo has to say. Seek steps forward from the crowd. You are not the commander of the Helopaus. Governor Etiquette was expecting Commander Morikawa. Everyone is surprised. Etiquette has been in communication with the ship. For how long? I am captain of the Helopaus, Lom repeats stubbornly and adds, according to the chain of command, we sustained significant loss of personnel when we went through the wormhole. You can't help but notice many of the soldiers exchanged looks this time. You wonder how many people had died before Lum became commander. As the commanding officer, I declare this colony to be under protection. As such, you are all now subject of the laws of Earth. Yep, there was a fucking mutiny. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Now. There is no need for dramatics. We are a diminished colony, as you see. Governor Etiquette died in the most recent attack after all. We are quiet, leaderless. Loom's eyes search the crowd, landing on your mom. She stares right back at him as if daring him to say something. You notice Chief Engineer Instance is being held with her arms behind her back. She glowers at Loom with unbridled hatred. Loom turns to the assembled colonists. Well, why don't we fix that? Say hello to your new governor. You hear a few gasps of shock and outrage, and Lum raises his hand practically. That's placatingly? Yeah, I bet they're bringing an old warrior from old war, ancient evil, which can cover the world in fire. Yeah, that sounds like something they would do. Let's not pretend you don't need help, as we could simply arrest you instead. But there's no need to demoralize your little colony further. Judging from the numbers of guns on this place, you don't think you have a choice in this. It's a good thing the colony is such a pathetic shape right now, your mom mutters under her breath. If they thought we were a threat, they probably would just shot us. Gus squeezes your shoulder and tells her to be quiet. No one knows how to react. A new governor from Earth, nearly 100 new colonies, most of them trained soldiers. What does this mean for the colony? The crowd dissipates slowly, and the council members follow Lum back into the Helopaus, presumably to talk about the future of the colony. You hope. Yeah, welcome to fascism. Finally, it arrived. You track down your friends. So what do you think about these new people? They're just going to boss us around. That's what they're gonna do. It's not that I don't want to share this planet. Sharing is caring. And maybe I am excited to make some new friends. I am not glad that they are here to save us. We didn't get idiots voting to power, it just happened. Yeah, it's literally fallen from the sky. Fascists are reigning to our precious planet. They don't live here, they don't know what it's like, and they're just going to swoop in and act like they're better than us. Did you see what they were doing to Instance? The entire colony, not twice as many of you, sets to work of salvaging the wreckage of the Helopaus, steering it down and combining it with the Stratospherics' remaining engines action. Spirits are high, though these new colonists from the Helopaus aren't like any people you've ever met before. Their uniforms and weapons, they're more like invading force than a rescue. Excuse me. You aren't sure what this means for the colony. Yeah, found the fascist takeover. Well, that's anything but quiet, huh? As the dust settles, you rebuild the colony around the new ship, the Helopaus. The new arrivals, soldiers mainly, are aloof at first. Many sees you as fugitives. Together, you build new walls, living quarters, greenhouses, and a massive bunkered garrison. The Stratos engineering wing is the only reminder of your old colony. The Helopaus brought enough rations for another 5 years, as well as rich seed bank and working hydroponics. Well, there is some good to it, I guess. They also have more guns and explosives you've ever seen in your life. Even the ship has guns. A full stomach, a roof over your heads, and the promise of safety convince most Exocolonists to accept the Helios. In turn, the Helios decide that you criminals pose little threat. A grudging peace is brokered between the two groups. You decide they aren't so different after all, really. They're even Helio children born among the stars, just like you. After a month of hard work, you and your parents move into your new quarters. You get your own room for the first time in your life. You step onto your very own balcony to watch the new colony. Ooh, it's loud. The Romans, what did the Romans ever done to us, exactly? Yeah, basically what it boils down to at this point. Yeah, the new colony is ground busting with so many strangers and strange new ideas. Whoa. You feel something rising in your chest you haven't felt some time. Hope, excitement. What will the new day bring? You better get out there and find out. Rush outside to greet the day, because that's what we are. We are a rush outside type of type of person. Oh, new person. Colorful hell. Here. First, our friend. Spot called sitting in the dirt. Piecing it together into process. Sometimes stealthy if I'm doing something with my hands. If I start feel scared or upset, I just take a deep breath and try to reconnect with the planet. Alrighty, thank you, Kaga. Thank you for being here. It's always lovely to see you. Take care out there. You've seen Nomi around since the Helopause landed. They're around your age and barely 1.5 meters tall, only coming up to your shoulder. You've never seen anyone dressed as strangely as they do. Hi! Their words high-pitched and quick. I'm Nomi. It's short for nomination. They do a little twirl and bow. You introduce yourself as... and... ask about their outfit. Oh, this whole thing? I designed it myself, a Nomi original based on outfit of Levantula Starlifter wears in the 3rd season of Turbogor Hyperjet Transform, and she has to work undercover as the lead singer of the Idol group. Okay. Only I changed the bottom part, and of course I have to wear my gaming gauntlets. Oh no, they are a gamer and a nerd. I call them gaming gauntlets, but they're really Envost gloves that I modded so I can play horror games through them. Do you like games? My favorite are Laser Fable and Dig Digger Dog. Laser Fable is so much more fun now that we can play outside with the rumor to run around. What kind of holo games do Strato kids like to play? They are a nerd, yeah. Let's play Laser Fable. You're on. Nomi helps you install your hologram and explain the rules. Laser Fable is an augmented reality game where you bounce hologram lasers of real objects nearby. It's speed-based, so you are running around and bumping into each other, and there are extended house rules about when it's legal to block each other's lasers. It's a big challenge too. Okay, +2 combat. Right on, friendo. Nomi gives you a high five, then with a couple of quick flicks on their gauntlet gives you kudos for winning. They explain how they always play Laser Fable with the kids from Heliosphere, except they mostly don't want to play anymore. They say they're too old for it. They just want to be soldiers now, except Rex, he's cool. Alright. They seem nice. I like them. What's up with you? Colony is full of new people. Everywhere you look, you see a stranger. It's disorienting after growing up in a closed spaceship. You never expected to meet any other humans that weren't made here on Vertumna. You bump straight into one of the new people when you're journeying through the colony. Oof! He laughs and holds you steady, brushing your imaginary dust off you and giving you a wide-fanged smile. Oh... Oh no, it's a furry! Oh no, he is cute! You think his name is Rex? Hey, what's... Let's play it cool. Hey, what's up? You play it cool, you give him a little nod. And it is... He's ringing his dog ears, they can really move independently. Hey look, it's a start. He is cute. Doggy ears, okay, just the ears. It shouldn't... We just met! We just met! Rex puts his hand on his cheek, looking cute and lost. Hey, since I'm new here, do you think you can help me to find the construction yard? I thought I might apply a job there. I'll take you there. You walk in over to command. Everything's moved around since the helipad landed, but the construction yard is still in command where it always was. At the entrance you miss Mars filing her nails and looking like she's waiting for somebody. Why, hello, cutie, she says to Rex. Where did you come from? He looks her up and down and grins. I'm just an angel who fell from the sky, darling. You try not to gag as the two of them flirt. You give a loud and point Rex towards the construction yard. He looks back at Mars over his shoulder and winks as he leaves. Sure, you two have fun, I guess. What do you think of the new kids, Mars asks. Most of them are very, you know, soldiery, and I suppose that's okay, if you like that sort of thing. Rex is a total hottie, though. From what I hear, he is. She's making a similar affection with her eyebrows, conveying something. You know, I just think I have a chance with him. Sure. Have fun finding a boyfriend. Hey Sprout, lots of work to do getting this flying umbrella off the ground again, but I always have time for you. No one from Helio understands anything about putting plants in the dirt. They are trying though. Oh, that's nice to hear at least. Your mom set up a makeshift desk near the construction site and is going over some spreadsheets on the holopalm. She turns to you and you're surprised to see her look relaxed from the first time over a year. Sure, everything is a mess right now, but these guys showed up just the right time. They have working hydroponics, good soil, and plenty of food reserves. You shouldn't run into trouble again. Yeah, I mean... where food and safety is something new for us, I must admit. Oh, they have a new sports ball place. I wonder who will teach Professor Hall's classes now. Age is certainly no indicator of ability. Perhaps I may be called upon to share what I know. Of course, it's such a shame he's gone. Oh, right. Em doesn't notice you approach. She's focused intently on the documents on her holopalm, chewing on her nail as she kneads through the small print. She jumps when she sees you, looking momentarily guilty. Oh, hey, Rickson, I was just looking over some stuff. The Helios have got all these documents you have to sign if you wanna... I'm gonna sign up to join with the Helios. There is a part where if you are under 18, you have to have a parent's permission just to sign up as a reservist and... Oh, girl. Em looks down to the ground and scuffs her shoes in the dirt. My mom's gonna be so mad. So mad, like she's probably gonna cry and it'll be a stupid whole thing and... They gotta do it, I just gotta do something. Yeah, she's... Her experiences... Look, she's still my best friend. I'm going to support her. But I'm not going to make it easy for her. She'll understand if you explain. Yeah, I hope so. I'm gonna tell her that she doesn't let me sign up, I'm just gonna run into battle next time the aliens come, and well, it'd be better if I knew what I was doing. I'm not gonna get caught off guard. When they come back, I wanna be able to fight with everything I got. No one else has to die like Calm. Why am I encouraging her? Because that's what she wants to do. Look, she is a soldier at heart. She is traumatized at least 3 different times by now. She's not a fascist. She is a soldier. That's what she is. She's always been a soldier from the first time. She's just never been like, this sounds like just the right person to become a soldier. Like, even if I discourage her, she's going to do it anyway. Like at this point, it's not like you can stop her after her brother died that way. So just telling her no, this is stupid, will just make her mad at you, and she's just going to do it anyway. Em gestures angrily to dismiss the holoscreen and puts her face back into her hand. She crouches down small, pressing her head against her knees, and takes an anguished breath. Goddamn aliens, bunched up dinosaur-looking assholes. You don't have to do this. You tell her there are other ways to help without fighting. She stands up and rubs her eyes. Maybe, but this is my best option. I'm not gonna let them take away anyone else. That will be angry. Okay, there's a soldier boy. You're new. This new boy from the Heliosphere is a couple years older than you. He's very handsome, and the missing arms give him a heroic battle-scarred vibe. He stands tall and ready for action, even though it's a normal boring day. The other recruits milling around the garrison give him a wide, respectful breath. He sees you staring and gives you a curt nod. My name is Vas? Romanceable hot fascist with not on my bingo card for this game, but here he is. Yeah. Is that Vas or Vase or Vak? Vake? I am not sure how to pronounce that. Lieutenant Olavicious? Olivashus. So Vash. Olavashus. Vash. I think. Who knows? He says and considering you with a glint of challenge in his eyes, and you are... How do you introduce yourself? I'm an explorer. That's what I am. I am good with animals, I have extremely high perception, I am super brave, I know myself around the fights, but I am not a soldier, I am an explorer, that's what I do. His expression doesn't change, is that right? He says in the air of a boy who is hard to impress. Nice to meet you, Wixton. I heard it's been a rough couple of years in the colony. Lucky thing our halopops came around just in time. Don't worry, we have some of the best soldiers. The very best. We'll keep the colony safe. Are you one of those best soldiers? We train as a team, but Pace says clears his throat. Yes, I've won multiple share of 0G judo matches and virtual rifle tournaments, even competing against adults. I bet I could take you. Humph. Well, you're welcome to try. I hope to see you at self-defense class. Alright. So many people to give presents to now. And so few items. That just gets no presents. Fair enough. Where is this? Here you are, buddy. It takes a long time to find this today. When you do, he's hiding in the bed of one of the transports used by expeditions. Don't make me go home, he says, pulling a dust strap over his head. It's so crowded, I can't hear myself think. Here, have one of these. Are these pieces of a jelly arc root network, or is it dormant butterfly bush? Where did you find these? I think that's everyone. Everything seems to be repaired, so let's see. Can't we get out now? All events have been respawned, so we could go and forage. We have events out there now. What is there any new things we haven't done? I mean, tending to the animals is always an option. We have maximum animals though. It's a bit of a waste. This is the lunch, okay. Just checking out if it's only the same buildings or if there is something else. I could register for engineering class using Exocolonist's scheduling systems almost as of its own. You feel like hacker navigating the confusing interface, but manage to add your name to the drop-in students. You are now eligible to join Tangent and some of the other students in engineering classes. Okay. Got some points from that, and yeah, we can now go engineering if we want. Oh, Nomi is also there. Okay, that makes sense. What is this? It's the garrison. Helios have replaced the old garrison dojo with a huge underground bunker. It's much larger and better supplies, and a buzz with activity. Soldiers drilling, weapons being cleansed and inventoried, and I'm headed into cages for study. So I bet, yeah. Defense training is with Vase now. Not lookout duty, which is interesting. Oops. Well, we are an explorer. We are going to... Gosh darn it. We are going to explore. Where was the exit again? There. Near this, obviously. Let's go. Nomi on some expeditions. Rex in command in Vase and Garrison. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, strangely enough, this doesn't say friendship with this. Oh, right, because this isn't a foraging type. Perception and biology. We have maxed out perception. Perception on animals. Bravery and perception. Let's forage. We want some items anyway. Let's see if there are new stuff. Oh. Ulysses still here. Chief Surveyor Utopia stops you and this near the depot. Feel that? She asks. You can feel the kind of ominous distant thumping pulsing regularly through the ground. If you stand still, you can feel it vibrate up your body too, like a massive global pulse. Opposition always knocks it out real fast. Yeah, that makes sense. I reckon it's naturally occurring, but it's giving me the feels all the same. You two better check it out. Mind you stick together and take readings on the way, in case it's dangerous. You and this look each other, excited. You follow the thumping, now audible noise, growing louder, west, until you truly triangulate its location. You know it's getting close, but it sounds like it's coming from all around you, and your instruments aren't precise enough to help. What do you think it is? aliens, he says seriously. I mean, technically speaking, you are right. You find a machine? Oh no, an ancient broken down machine like small pyramid-shaped building made from some kind of dark stone or bone that looks almost like it grew that way. Except it isn't broken, it's just very old and overgrown. It looks more like a pile of rubble and roots than a building or engine or whatever it was. Still, a thumping noise comes from inside it. The vibrations are strong here, making your guts feel weird. Ah, shit. Shit. You don't notice it at first, but there is a curious path in the ground moving away from the machine. A line of half-meter wide where the dirt is more worn and bare. It heads off to a straight line in the west, or coming from the west. Could animals have made this path, or the thumper itself? You run your hand over the pitted, vibrating surface. How much could something so unbelievably old still work? It's definitely not natural. You can even see something like writing carved deep into the not quiet rock. He starts making unz noises under his breath to the beat of the thumper. It's a pretty sick beat. Eventually you head back where you share your findings with Utopia. Totally an alien civilization, this insists. Utopia scratches her head. I suppose, maybe. You said it looks like ancient, right? Perhaps there could have been another civ here long ago. We have found other signs, but nothing active like this. Ooh, surveying the ridge. Seems to be pointing west or receiving something. There's some right ugly ridge lines out there that have kept us from checking that direction, but we got gliders and motivation. That's half the battle. She makes a note on her hologram. I'll open the western wrestling ridges for your surveyors. Oh, say that 3 times fast. We'll have to stick together out there. Sure, if you're scared. Oh, hello. A little guy. Come across not just one Ricky, but a whole swarm. I think we have seen this. And maybe they aren't so bad. Ooh. A bristle slug is rooting around in the underbrush. It's like a little porcupine with no legs. Well, little is relative. It comes up to your waist and must be at least 100 kilograms. You've seen a few of these at Geoponics. They are easy to catch and their spines and berries naturally fall off and edible. Chewy, renewable source of kind of food, kind of like jerky. Maybe you could catch this one. Yeah, let's catch it. We need more pets. More pets. All the pets. Pretty sure this one is female because it has bristles on its butt as well as its head. Her eyes are deep green. You think you call her Emerald. She seems calm in the net, like she's not too worried where she might be going. You crouch down with a clump of leaves and she sticks her muzzle through the net and eats them right off your hand. Her whisker tickles. You pat her head, forehead and head her to the geoponics barns. You could go visit her later if you want. Aww. Well, it's not my pet, but we found this one is more like cattle, I guess, yeah. We found a friend. Either way. Madness. Need empathy 20 or greater. We don't have 20 empathy yet? Shite. Could this be a related species? Rikiriki who chitters and runs up to it. I don't want to fight it. I let the creature sniff my pet. The larger creature makes a chuffing noise like a tiger, a bassy vibrating exhale that ruffles your Ricky's fur. Content is not going to eat Rikki Tikki. You keep back and let them introduce themselves. Rikki Tikki isn't intimidated in the slightest. In fact, it seems totally relaxed in the presence of this hulking beast. They touch tentacles and sniff each other, and your Rikki even curls up in the bigger one's arms for a while. Ah. Wait, they look like a parent and a child. Is this another life phase of the Rikki? After a while, the huge Rikki leaves harmlessly. You're happy your little buddy got some social time with their own species. Cute. Never not cute. You hear a rustling figure. Could it be a person? Follow it. Track them. Cards become mind. Super goal. Makes a baroo noise. We've seen that one before. Identify the mushrooms. Oh yeah, because this is only as a 4 as long as I only have one gem card. Sure. Shrooms, mark their location. Yep. Find a healthy blood bush. Let's not shoot them this time, see what happens. Get loyalty for it. Good kid. Exaggerating on the cosmetic effects. Don't need to put more of that card into our deck. Not yet, at least. I mean, having good stress management has the effect of our deck is getting bloated, because there is no other way to get out more cards from our... Oh, shite. Okay, that's scary. It's a Chimera event. Let's make sure we are getting ready for it. Just take the one. You come across a huge field of flowers, most pink ones, but some are beautiful big yellow ones. You check the holopedia, looks like they're brand new species, they don't even have a name. Better dandies, even though they look like they are buttercups and dandelions. Honestly, they kind of look more spitting cobras than anything. A perception challenge, sure. Oh, you notice there's a distinct difference between the blossoms. As you watch the insect pass from flower to flower, you notice they leave a trail of slightly more pinch-looking specimens. The pollinated ones will likely to close up and shrivel by the morning. With this knowledge, you put 3 healthy, unpollinated beauties. This game has a few mechanics to clean it up, but it's actually almost impossible to get rid of a few cards a year, so don't stress about it. Alright. Fair enough. An absolutely enormous tree. Let's climb up. We have whispered back last time, I'm curious. Nothing else happens. Okay. Egg. Take it. Do we have a chance to fight it? I'm just going to run. We don't need to fight the Manticore. R becomes 3 is an annoying effect. Nope. Yup. New perk. Toughness 2. Update basic cards in the Garrison Gym. Okay. Huh. It's oddly lumpy, scope it out. You're thirsty. Forage one. More kudos. Can boost basic 1 and 2 more, but post kudos. You can do it a lot anyway. Alright. It's a good start. Take a shortcut and now you are roast. Try to check your positioning with your holopan, but the damn thing isn't working and you won't connect to long-range communication instead. Typical. Utopia did warn you the comms were flaky out here. Think you can tell the north position from the two suns, but that's it. You climb a tree and chat apart to the wilderness from above. With that information in your holopan, navigating the nearest landmark is a breeze. Flower and flower. And then we save for no reason. Then we face the manticore. The Valley of Vertigo spans a huge and relatively safe area, so it's rare to see the other forages out here. It's surprising then to come across Utopia with 2 other foragers crouching in the underbrush. Strixton! Get over here! Click over to the other foragers. Through the gap in the underbrush is a terrific sight. Fully grown manticore has fallen into a nest at least 20 snap ladders, and they are engaged with what looks like a battle to death. I've got 10 kudos on the snap ladders, she says. I fell into a nest once. I was laid up in a man bay for a week. Poor manticore. What a way to go. Who cares? After what they did to Hall, a manticore can rot for all I care. Manticore rose in pain as it torn apart by fast hungry snap ladders. I wanna smooch a manticore. It's true. Can we... Yeah. 4, 5, 6. So this is card becomes 3, yeah. How was my Christmas? Pretty good, thank you. Very peaceful. How about you? How you doing? How was your Christmas? Trapping an animal. Utopia tries to stop you as you brush through the underbrush, dedicating yourself for being the best distraction your weak, fragile human body can be. Enough of the slab bladders turn their focus on you that the manticore is easily able to pick the others off. Crunch, munch, snap. Off go and off heads the manticore's powerful jaws that the survivors cut their losses, disappearing back into the burrow. Now you find yourself face to face with the manticore, that Puma's perfect murder machine. It looks at you quizzically. You look back. You feel the real connection to this creature. Suddenly, the manticore rose, lunging at you and lashing at its great mane. Wisely, you scream in terror and get the hell away. Luckily, the manticore is too wounded, rather chasing you. You and the other foragers make it away without an injury. Agabel. Oh, hello. Tricky carnivores, you think, but the juveniles are too smart to take out anything larger than an insect. I think we've seen this before. Wait for it to leave. There you go. Yeah, we are going to harvest some honey. Might as well. Wow, cool. That is pretty nice. Hmm. 26, 27. Oh, that's not a great hand. Oh, we still win. Yep. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, actually. Harvest some of the stalks. Analyze the shudder. Spain discomfort. Stop. Yep. This is fine. And we are actually getting pretty stressed out for the first time in a long time. After this we're gonna have to go chill. And maybe remove a card. I think we've seen everything. I wonder if there's anything else to see, if there is a way to check, but I guess not. Alright, one more. I haven't downloaded any streaming stuff, can't find it. I am using OBS. Streamlabs has some built-in stuff, but I have heard not so great about the makers of them. I can't confirm or deny either way. I would have to do the research again. It's been a while, but OBS is pretty easy to do. Like, it's pretty user-friendly, and there is so many tutorials on the internet about it. So that's my recommendation, but whatever works for you, you know? Seems like we are done. Okay, let's have unrest. Got two streamers saying OBS, yeah? Fair enough. This is not what I wanted. Oh, we don't... do we have hydroponics now? This is lounge. We should have a park or something. Oh, Dad wants to talk us. Mom wants to talk with us. You catch your parents muttering about the new governor and people from Heliopause. Your mom seems to be upset. The word fascist catches your ear. Here we go. This might be your chance to ask some burning questions you had. Is Governor Lum some kind of space cop? Your dad looks startled and tries to muster a friendly smile. Oh, you overheard us, eh, kiddo? Mom gives him a warning sideways glance. Listen, Riston. He hesitates and looks around nervously, as if afraid you're being watched. You're just going to have to trust us on this one. There are things you're still too young to understand. I am not too young. Your mom stiffens, your dad motions to calm her. Thought the same about myself once. I was wrong. The Helios came here just like us, looking for a better life. Some of them had other reasons too, but now that they are here, we have to learn to work together. When your mother and I were young on Earth, we learned a hard lesson. We learned a lot of hard lessons. One was that it's safer to be led by one dangerous person than be attacked by an army of them. He lets that sink in. Another was that sometimes when adults tell you not to worry, you should listen to them. Go on, enjoy your youth. Go get to know some of the new kids. I'm sure you'll find they are not a lot like you. Before you can say another word, they are called back to work. There's still so much to be done to rebuild the farms and geopanics greenhouses, and you can see people from the Helio helping your parents. And they aren't all... Maybe they aren't all that bad. I mean, yes and no. Clearly they don't like it, but they also don't want to worry you. You've barely seen your mom since the heliopause arrived. When you do, she looks frail, like all her strength got used up last year and she's only starting to recover. Except instead of relaxing, she's hard at work rebuilding the geopanic domes. It must be hard for her to shake the fear it might happen again. Being able to load your tray full of food at the canteen is still a luxury you don't take for granted. Sometimes you make up a tiffin for your mom, so she doesn't miss lunch. Hey Rixton, is that lunch? I've been smelling caramelized onions all morning, I can't wait. You deliver the tiffin into her grateful hands and she cracks the lid and takes a big inhale. You know, people used to give thanks before meals back on Earth. I think I can understand why. I'm just thankful you're here. She reaches over and ruffles your hair. You're a good kid, Rixton, she says. She looks at you a second, weighing whether to continue. I know we don't talk about it, but I know how hard you busted your butt back then, making sure the colony didn't starve. Oh, mom's love. When you're fighting for your life, that's when you know the true measure of a person. I wish you didn't have to be tested at such a young age, but you really showed up what you were made of. I'm so proud of you, kid. Duh. We are loved. Is this where the park is now? Yes. Relax in the park. Ooh, we are bonding! It hasn't been long enough for the flowering trees to mature, but they've been planted. Hopefully little sapling barely distinguishable from weeds, stretching their thin fingers to the sky. In the years to come, even long after you're gone, these trees will shelter future generations. It's dizzying to think about the future on that scale. They are so small now, just like the colony, and in the future they will be so much more. Sorry, Tangent, your card is not very good in our deck. Okay. Anyone has to say anything before I go out again? I guess not. In that case, please give me a couple minutes. I will have a quick bio break and maybe grab something to either eat and or drink. It will take only a few minutes, but I will be back. Don't go anywhere. And I'm back. Alright. Time to explore the new area. Shall we? Mew mew. Mew indeed. Survey the ridge for perception and engineering. There won't be a lot of engineering challenges, but if there is, we might need to go learn some engineering. But also maybe new pet. The only way to the resting ridges is by glider, part vehicle, part kite, and all adrenaline. You land at the rocky, broken up spine of the nearest ridge and nearly fall over when you look down to the plummeting slope into the basin below. You are a long way up. This and Utopia glide beside you. You handled that glider like a gem. This, you too, Rixton. She peers down over the slope of the ridge. A lot more exciting than the songs, right? I want you to stick together out there here. It's dangerous in those ancient convergent domain ruins. Convergent domain ruins? There will be some engineering needed at some point, but you can explore a lot before that. Good. You look around, the landscape is like nothing you've ever seen before. Dry, cracked soil gives way to steep cliff, and what little vegetation here is brittle and sharp. You can feel the dry air wick away and to moisturize your lips. Wait, what the heck is that? It's the stuff way below. Temperature shows in distance. Glowing thing around you, a slow change. Cute little nose doing on your coat. Flirt with Utopia? No. What's that glowing thingy on the ground? He pointed out to Utopia. Gives the nudge with her foot. Beats me, she says. You unearth the object. It's pulsing with light and warm to the touch. Hold up. Don't just go picking up things, Rixton. Could be radioactive, you know. Utopia waves a holopan over the crystal. Holopan crystal over it, and then checks her interface. Only a little. Whatever it is, it looks old. Like thousands of years old. We've been thinking of glowing gadgets all over the region, but we've got no clue what they are for. Hang on to that one, maybe you'll figure it out. Crystal stuff way below. Below those, Utopia says, pointing at the crystal formation so densely packed into the ravine, it looks like a sparkling liver. More outcropping crystal decorate the slopes. They are all over the place. Be careful with them. Not sure if they are animal, vegetable, or mineral. Yeah, I presumed it was meant to be explored. There's a big island of them over there, like a glacier. Covers the whole damn place. Might be related to Convergent Domain, but we ain't sure yet. Stone structures? Well, there are buildings here. Millions of them anyway, maybe 10-20,000 years old. We sure didn't put them here. This lights up the prospect of doing alien archaeology. We checked them out, but not truly. Mostly trying to get a feel for who lived here and why they ain't here no more. Based on some glyphs, we started calling them the Convergent Domain. Whoever they are, they build things to last. It ain't just arrowheads and cave paintings, there's real architecture, machines even. Tell me more. I wish I had more to tell ya. Most everything found just poses new questions. The structures are more organic than anything. So does that mean that gene tech was super advanced? As for this place, we think it was some kind of solar network for them. Looking from above, you can see these big vines traveling up and down the ridges like power lines. There's hardly any plant life elsewhere, like they soaked up all the energy and made it a desert. What they use the energy for? And if they were a civilization so big and so advanced on Vertumna, why can't we find more traces of it? Where are the cities? What are them tampers for? I tell you what tampers are for, against the animals, right? It scares away the animals, probably. And what happened to them all? She's right, that's a lot of questions. Maybe you can perhaps find some answers. So anyway, those ruins are the main thing we need you to survey while you're out there. But keep an eye out for anything else weird. Maybe comes the dust off her hands. Maybe my job here is done. You're all set, kid. Try not to fall off a cliff. This jumps back on the glider too. As usual, he's going to scout ahead and catch up with you later. A precarious natural land bridge drops down sharply on both sides here. You kick a rock over the side but don't hear it to the bottom. Do you cross? Up the highest height. Cross the bridge very carefully. You shuffle across the slope, re-examining the cracks and sticking to the solid places. You accidentally send a few more pebbles skidding over the edge and think better them than me. Let's hug the left side. You're walking along the ridgeline, your foot knocks over some rock with a slope. You anticipate a familiar clatter as they plunge into the chasm, but realize it's silent. Just the wind. You peer down the slope. Nothing's falling? Wait, the rocks you dislodge with your foot are just floating. You take a step forward and realize you feel lighter too. Like you've taken off the mountaineering gear. You take another step forward. It's a struggle to keep your footing on the ground. With one more step forward, you realize it's possible to take both feet off the ground. You're floating. You nudge your foot to let the momentum float you towards the few feet, feeling more untethered by gravity the farther forward you go. The ridgeline is narrow, with steep drop on either side. There's no way around the strange anti-gravity field, and if you fall out, you might plummet to the chasm. Well, we fly. We don't have a 6. Sure. Yep. Whoa, we lose stress from that. You float forward, allowing yourself to rise higher and higher until you're able to swim and tumble through the air with ease. Wow! You are totally weightless. You float over shiny, lumpy rock jutting from the spine of the ridge. You pass over it, you feel the gravity gently begin to embrace you again, pulling you back down. Your feet touch the ground again on the other side, and your legs immediately give out. What a rush! You mark your location on a map for surveyors. Hugging the left. The flies here are awful. They come out of the heat and they buzz around you incessantly. They don't bite, but they seem to want something from you. Maybe the water or salt on your sweat? You hope they aren't laying eggs. This calls most annoying ones rot flies because they are like long flexible sticks with a bunch of wings. They swarm in the clouds around your face no matter how you try to shoo them away. He says they remind him of Mars. But there's other ones too, like the one that's just big eyeball with a couple of pair of wings. They make a loud buzzing sound and are always just out of reach when you try to swat them away. Today, your personal nemesis is one of the eye flies. There was a bunch of them in the earlier, but only one has persisted. It's been following you, staring at you all morning. You and this have been batting at it for an hour, but it's a fast dodger. This has finally given up and just plows forward. Even lands on his head, but he doesn't care. Be zen and let it be. Swat that eye fly. Ah, to and from other cards. Okay, that's a strong card actually. Is this your first playthrough? Yes! Welcome, Indie Pixels. We are in our first playthrough. We are at age 15. We just had the event not long ago. We are first time out here. And yes, this is the very first time I've ever played. I've seen someone play until like age 13, I think. So everything else now, like ever since, is totally blind. I am doing my best. We have this build of like mostly red skills, some blue, some like our deck is mostly red. The iFly is like the size of a human eyeball and made of concentric rings of rainbow hues, black, yellow, green, blue and purple. You find yourself staring right back at it. You wonder if the rings have something to do with the light refraction. You let it land on your arm. Then you strike, haha, got it squashed. 10 minutes later, there is a new fly following you. The first one is definitely the hardest. I mean, I bet I did let some people die. I did save some people, I think. I definitely saved Uncle Tonin. That was a big one. We have cured the dead, and we have survived the lack of food. We also have 2 pets. That's about our achievement so far. Sadly, you definitely saved more people than you understand. Maybe. I can't know what I didn't save, so I can only hope that it is worth it. You've been saved a few times from a certain doom, or at least discomfort, and it can't have been a coincidence. Something or someone has taken interest in you. You are being followed. You're beginning to feel for this place and its dangers, so the next time you hear a mournful hoot of a passing air squid, head towards it instead of away, keeping an eye out for anyone watching you from the cliffs. Aha! There! Just as you think you're going to have to grab its tentacles and fly it like a kite to get your savior to show up, you see a shadow of a humanoid figure appear over a neighbor ridge. Almost everybody who could die died. Aw, I'm sorry. You could make eye contact. You make eye contact and both freeze. His almond-shaped eyes widen in his not quite human face, and he slips out of the sight again. Tracking carefully. Rather than rush after him, you use your tracking skills to carefully follow him, his path, and sneak up on him. He pounds like a manticore, and the two of you tumble to the ground. You pin his arms. Well, hello. Aren't you just like the most stereotypically handsome person I've ever met? In the most stereotypically sexy pose I've ever seen. You get a good look at his face for the first time, the long delicate features, the odd tone of his skin, almost purple, and his glittering alien eyes. Before he can answer your questions, you jump off him and back away. What is he? He brushes the dirt from the clothes and stands up tall, very tall. You have to take another step back to get a good look at him. You catch a glimpse of the purple wrist under the tattered black sleeves, delicate like bird bones. I am a gardener, he purrs, and you are trespassing on my planet. Now that you can see all of him, you're confident he's definitely not human. Besides the purple tint of his skin, and he's also just constructed differently. Human, but not, and taken as a whole, these little discrepancies add up to something that is decidedly alien. You're an alien. He laughs, a light infectious chuckle that sounds more like an animal than human. It goes on for a bit too long. You think he might be poking fun at you. Actually, you are the alien here, if you think about it. You do think about it. He's right. He jumps up to the large rock and crouches eyeing you thoughtfully. Let's make a deal, he says. He speaks with an odd inflection, putting the word stress on things, and the words themselves come easily enough to him. I'm not supposed... Odd inflections, putting wrong stress on things. Okay, I'll try to do that. I'm not supposed to talk to you. It's against the rule. But since you've caught me, I can grant you one wish. He smiles mischievously. Is that a joke? I wish to know more about you. He gives you a sly look. In time, Rixton, I hope. We... He pauses and his eyes unfocus for a moment. He stays straight ahead, unblinking. Then he slowly stretches like a cat and stands up. Well, this has been fun. But I'm afraid duty calls. He doffs an invisible hat towards you. My name is Symbiosis, by the way. Or Sim, if you like. He jumps behind the rock and disappears. Literally, he disappears. You search all around and you can find no trace of where he might have gone or how. Stars, you've just met an alien. Cool. Real cool. Oh, hello. Engineering we are not very good at yet. You find your way blocked by a massive wall. No hollow pillar knocked over or lying on the sand. It's absolutely massive. It stretches to your left and right, at least a kilometer in each direction. Though at some points it's crumbled enough that you could likely scale over it. Yes, I guess. I mean... it might not literally be an alien. Like, as our character said, it looks kinda human, but clearly not. They might just be very genetically engineered, right? Ugh. Not a good hand this turn. Still good enough. In the end, we drew the good hand. And we got 2 engineering. This looks giddy as you follow the pillar to its base. A large pyramid almost entirely lost under the sand. You brush away some of the sand and find that the pyramid inscribed on all sides with pictures of, well, wormholes, you think. This pillar must have once stretched up to the sky. Maybe it was some kind of observatory or a sacred building or just a monument to the wormhole. Mysterious. We haven't been down into the deepest crevices of the ridges, where the crystals grow thick and the air is stagnant and dead. It's already sweltering on the ridges, but in the chasm you can see the heat warping the air, almost like it's permanent fog. Utopia says the air is so thick that it's... and still that you can't even use glider down there. At least one thing survives the haze though. While you take a break from lunch one day, you can see flickers of silver dart in and out of the fog, like ripples of light on the lake. As you unpack your tiffin box, the silver flashes come up out of the fog and begin to surround you. They are animals, eyeless, almost translucent creatures about the length of your arm, trailing meters-long tentacles behind them. Their mournful hooting is magical and strange. You look them up your holopen. Oh, air squid babies. Wait, air squids are predators. 4. I guess this is fine. Sure. You duck behind some roots and keep perfectly still as the creepy creatures float around you and past you. They don't seem to be hunting for food, they must be on their way somewhere. Airsquid adults are solitary hunters, but these juvenils form large groups to move together fluidly like schools of fish. Once they are safe distance away, you take some notes on their social behavior. The other thing is how many there were. Hundreds of things. But mature airsquids are very rare creatures. More often heard than seen. It must be a tough life if so few of them reach adulthood. Oh, hello. You're following an animal path through the underbush when a change of ambient noise makes you stop in your tracks and listen. You get a feeling you're not alone. By now, you're getting used to the feeling of being watched. I know you're there, Sim. You're answered with silence, and you have a fleeting thought that if you're right, you probably sound pretty cool. But if you're not, you're talking to yourself in the jungle like an idiot. At least no one's around to see. A tall form steps out casually from behind the rock. Why, hello again, says Sim, smiling. He bows to you like a courtier, and gestures that looks perfectly elegant on him, but nonetheless carries the deep sense of still being an alien. You take the chance to get a good look at him. He is like a human, but not just genetically enhanced, okay. Spelling it out for me. He's a whole different species, an alien, a gardener, whatever that means. It's a lot to take in. You look... He puts a finger to his chin in an accelerated exception of contemplation. Like a wide-eyed starbug. His hair slithers around the sides of his head, like he's trying to get a better look at you. You find your voice to croak. Yeah, I can't say nobody believes that you exist because I haven't told anyone. Why do you keep following me? Because, my sugar bug, you're about to stumble into a nest of young snap-bladders. I thought you might need rescuing again. Sure enough, you realize that you can hear their mewling up ahead, and when the nestlings can be deadly in numbers. And with that warning, I believe my job is done here. Sim purrs and turns to leave. Wait! You call out to him, but he disappears into the forest. Okay. A beautiful little locust lands on your arm. It comes, washes its face and forearms, and vibrates its wings like it's going off. Ah, the poor guy is all alone. Befriend it with perception? Why not animals? That's a strange one. You look up to your Horroclam. It's a muskwing named because when it's frightened, it opens its wings all the way and flips them forward, making it look like a grimacing manticore. Scary. You can interact with the sim multiple times per expedition, by the way. It was this exclamation point after the first one, but so it's not obvious. Oh, thank you. But even scarier is how much they can eat. They usually eat leafy plant matter, but they are not above eating fabric, wood, hair, or even skin. They swarm in dust and in hot places like the ridges. You see something out of the corner of your eye and look up from your new friend. Oh, In the distance you see a haze above the ground. It's the locust, each one bigger than the first. These insectoids can eat their weight under an hour. There are millions of them out there, and they'll be here soon. Your body takes off to join its friends, and you gotta go. You make it to the glider in time, thankfully. You come back to the place later in the week. What foliage there have been is now stripped bare. The only thing still standing here are crystals glinting in the sunlight. Yeah. Oh, it's like... Ah, I see. You come up on Sim practicing some that looks like like yoga. His body moves in very unnatural ways, like he's double-jointed. There is so much possibility in this body, he observes. I cannot help but think humans don't appreciate the limits of their forms. I feel positively nubile. Sure, spying on a friend. The only fair that you observe Sim in the same manner he often observes you, intently and while hidden behind a tree. You pretend to leave, then double back, and watch him form a short distance away. You hope you see what he does when you aren't around. Sim looks like a human, if an alien had to draw a human entirely from written description. Too tall, too long, his eyes too black, his whole posture too weirdly attentive. His hair is the most interesting part, so perfectly kept for someone who seems to live in the wilderness, and sometimes you swear it moves in ways hair shouldn't, like the first time you saw a time-lapse video of a flower turning towards the sun. You watch in silence for 10 minutes, but Sim does absolutely nothing. He tilts his head like he's listening to the wind, and he leans over to stare at a land of patch of grass for far too long. Eventually, he turns to stare straight at the spot where you're hiding. He purrs. Do you like what you see, Sugarbug? You know I do. Sim smiles coyly. Good, he replies. He tosses his long hair over his shoulder and extends his hand, bidding himself for your inspection. It is not a crime to be curious. Why, I find myself very curious about you. You look your fill, now that he's offered. You find yourself constantly drawn back to his deep silver eyes and the hypnotic motion of his hair, and within moments you find yourself more relaxed. Sim faint smile fills your vision, blanking out the rest of your senses. Do not be alarmed, he says. His voice sounds like it's coming from the bottom of a well. I have the ability to induce mild sedative effects in organic creatures. I find it useful in reducing their cholesterol levels so that I may tend them more easily. If you find it soothing, I would be happy to use it on you, at your request. You simply have to ask. Curious. Cortisol, yeah, that makes actually more sense. Ooh, that was weird. That's interesting. You spot Sim watching you silently from the trees. When he sees that you've noticed him, he steps into the path and walks towards you completely silent. When you open your mouth to greet him, he simply places a finger against your lips. Shh, I'm observing you. You really are a fascinating creature. All humans like you. Sure, this is a good card. This time you'll catch Sim doing something weird and alien. You send a survey drone to follow him and watch through your hollow palm as he heads into the forest. He comes to a sealed pond and crouches by it, staring intently into the water. Then with a flick of his wrist, he snatches an eel from the depths and bites its head clean off. Then he looks up to the drone and gives you a jaunty wave. If he knew that it was there all along. Wait, does Sim usually eat raw living animals? Or was he just doing it because he knew you were trying to catch him doing something weird? My favorite human, what can I do for you? I brought you something. Do you like an egg? I knew you would like that. I knew it. Sim examines your gift in great detail and asks various questions about where and when you found it. He hums to himself and turns it over in your hand in broad smile in his face. Remarkable, Rixton, just remarkable. You truly are the most thoughtful of the gift givers. I have enjoyed your present to the fullest. Try to explain he can keep it, but he just smiles again and shakes his head. So what happens if I ask him to calm me down? Of course. He murmurs, stepping into your space. His cool hands align your cheeks, tilting your hand and look into his eyes. Within moments, you feel the burdens of your day lift off your shoulders like balloon floating away into the sky. Your consciousness reasserts itself sometime later, and you find yourself held in Sim's long arms. You blink away the brain fog and pull yourself together, thanking him for the experience. It was my pleasure, Rixton. Stay safe out there. Right, that should be all. You're scaling a huge rock plateau when you're suddenly overcome with incredible feeling of peace. CV drugs, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of CV in this actually. At the beginning of the game, like you can click on it. You never felt anything like this. You literally feel lighter, like how your troubles have been lifted away. The feeling is stronger when you touch the rocky surface and you realize it's radiating from the rock. And this is here. This is sunning himself on top of the rock, stripped down to his shirt. He looks up at you with shadow falls over him. Oh, you found it too, huh? He shades his eyes from the sun as he looks up at you. You feel it, right? Like you just feel happy here? That's why I haven't told anyone about this place. That's how they get you, you know. Once they know you love something, they can use it to control you. That's deep. He shrugs. He doesn't seem to care if you're making fun of him or not. Must be the power of the rock. You're going to keep the secret true, right? I don't want this place dug up and studied. It will ruin it. People always ruin things, especially researchers. Some things you don't need to understand. Okay, it's our secret. You do take a few readings though, just because. All data is important. You mark down the location, but fudge the coordinates, so anyone they send out after will get lost. You wonder if the rock is natural, and you must not seem to really like it. As you are taking readings, you watch the swarm of Dormsmoth passing on the rock as well, just like this. Then you lie down on a rock beside this, letting the strange magic fill you with an invisible sense of peace, love and unity of the universe. Yet again, CV drugs. We haven't found a new friend yet, though. The path ahead is blocked by a field of snaking vines and brambles. They are flowering, enormous happy blossoms, playing in the shimmering heat waves. You could push through them, but your hope beeps as warning. Radiation warning. These flowers seem to be highly radioactive. Far too radioactive for the mild shielding your suit provides. You might be able to pass through if you don't mind feeling the effects of radiation sickness until you can the dark side med bay. Well, if it doesn't kill you outright, radiation is unpredictable. Ooh, that's a good card! No drugs here. Yeah, well, not sure about that. You snag a sample. Doesn't have anything on it. We are fine. Injured. Oh no. An hour later you realize your mistake at the radiation unit sets in. Yuck, you'll be sick for days after this and you will need radiation treatment when you return. But we are here. Utopia has sent you and this out to study one of the large crystal outcroppings. Up close you can't help but get the sense that they are alive somehow. They are angular and hard to the touch, but they have some sort of sponginess and warmth to them that's a little disconcerting. They emit a humming noise. This pokes one with his finger. Weird, it almost looks like they're breathing. Sadly, it's either that or that. I could do this. This is... straight is probably a little better. All cards become blue seems pretty good. Six. Oh. Oh yeah, it gets +2 if this is the highest thing. Yeah, that's true. $38, $35. Yeah, that's probably still the best. Could try for the super. We have so many of these. Yeah, there we go. You notice that they hum loudest midday under full sun. The few crystals that have grown under the shaded outcroppings are less vibrant than the others. They kind of look like convergent domain tag, don't they? This says. Like the organic obsidian or the crystals abandoned in the ruins. Try blocking the sun? On a hunch you cover up one of the ferns, after an hour it stops vibrating, something deep inside has gone dormant. The crystal turns clear, like the other ones shadowed naturally. When you remove the fronds, its color returns. Oh, so it's like photosynthesis. But it's not a plant, right? How about trying to uprooting one? They do indeed have roots, and they are really tough. You dig around the base and one of them expose them so you can see. They're made from the same gel, but rough and frosted and warm. Much warmer than the surrounding soil. Roots go deeper than you can dig. You won't be able to remove one without breaking it. Alright. You wiggle one of the crystals, loose tooth. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Boom. You're thrown by the explosion. When the dust settles, you brush off the shards of the one crystal. You realize some of the nearby crystals has also exploded. Are they connected underground? Yes, I know a mycorrhizal network when I see one. They are alive like fungus, but also kind of artificial, like Comergan Domain's buildings. I bet they were used to harvest energy from the sunlight, like living solar panels. I wonder if they've been growing wild this whole time, or they're still powering something. Wait, are you okay, Rixton? You dust yourself off and scribble excitedly in your survey notes. This is an important scientific discovery. Well, now we are getting stressed. You're getting thirsty. You feel for your backup canteen, but it's missing. Somehow you lost it since you left this morning and you're out of drinking water. Uh-oh. The suns are high and hot in the sky, making the groundwater with haze mirages. Your mouth feels dry, so dry, and your head starting to ache. You're pretty far from the outpost. You could make it back, but that will be for this expedition. You have to go home. We can search for water. That's probably fine. B cards. Tools have been perception, that's fine. There's no natural water around, but you search your torn up your lost canteen. Wow, that was lucky. $86. We are still fine. Oh, that's a yellow one. Yellow ones are important. Good thing we made it here. Expeditions has been collecting energy readings from this area, tracing the invisible ley lines of power like one from the thumper that brought you here in the first place. They pointed you this cave, an excess of power at the convergence of many lines. You can feel the energy is different here, a barely perceivable hum that prickles up and back of your neck. Like something is watching you. It's likely this was some sort of important place of the convergent domain, Utopia says, leaning on her glider. I've sent teams through, but it gets mighty tight in there. I'm hoping you and this might have better luck wriggling in there. Might be the caves inside open up again, and if they do, take plenty of readings and report it back to me. This is vibrating beside you on a nearly same frequency as the weird power fluctuations. This is the real deal, he whispers mostly to himself. It's hard to shake off the feeling of being watched. In fact, you are sure. Oh yes, of course. There he is. You can see some mysterious form up there, watching you from a nearby ridge. He looks up at his hand in greeting when he sees you looking. Utopia nods and leaves you to it. What's the plan? Let's talk to Sim first. You are unsure that Utopia is good and gone before you are unsure that Utopia is good and gone before you kick up your glider and go talk to Sim. Telling this that you're going to do a quick scouting of the area. Sim looks delighted when you land beside him. You are getting warmer. Hot, very hot. The rest of his weight on his hands and kicked his feet over the ledge. I am not supposed to tell you anything, but it's just so interesting to watch you figure things out. Humans, so curious and so smart. You are not getting anything useful out of him. You return to this, telling that everything looks all clear. Grab the caving equipment. You get the headlamps and a little recording drone with a floodlight adjustment, a tiny buzzing flying thing that circles around your head and sometimes illumines what you want to look at. It's intelligent, quote unquote, which just means it won't just do what you want. This bats an eye at that annoyance. Yeah, he's not very subtle, but he also is. Yeah, I mean, he's the like a trickster spirit figure, I think, like an elf or like a pixie, something along those lines. I understand he's an alien, but that's like the vibe he gives out. Utopia also left you an anti-grav belt with warning that practice extreme caution when spelunking down there. They're making you lighter as you climb more easily and won't hurt yourself as much as you fall. Alright. The narrow entrance leads to a bigger room that animals have clearly used as a den. It's enormous, with glowing mushrooms on the walls and piles of bones in some crevices. In some places the walls are made of iridescent convergent domain obsidian. Like this was once a great hall a millennia ago. It describes them alright? Yeah, thank you. You can feel a cool breeze coming from somewhere, but it'll be tricky to find it in the dark. Interesting starting hand. It's a little bit of a waste for those two cards. But sure. I mean, yeah, that's probably good. 5, 6, 7. Actually, I guess this is fine. It's not amazing, but thank you for the hydrate. I have some apple juice with me right now. First collectible is free, it says. If I can make this, I can make this a +1, +2, I guess. That didn't. Did that do anything? I guess not. 1 kudo. You find your source of breeze by tossing some fine sand into the air and watching which way the dust blows. It's very tight crack. Good thing you and this are so small. You squeeze through and have a shimmy along your bellies for about 10 meters, pushing your gear ahead of you. It's uncomfortable, but this excitement draws you on. Past the crack, there are fewer signs of animals. The walls are smooth, grown obsidian, which has kind of melted, rainbow oil-sickle look. There are deeply carved glyphs on the walls at various intersections, like room designations or street names, you wonder. The other kinds of basins are coves grown into the rock, full of odd protrusions, all ancient and worn and inexplicable now. It feels homey. You come to realize the convergent domain must have lived underground. That's why there are so few ruins in the surface. As you follow the cave complex down, it's clear this used to be a well-traveled path. The corridors branching off to other places are now blocked off as if a big earthquake had rattled this whole area. Only this one main path is still clear. It's too convenient to be a coincidence. The floor of the cave slopes downward like a slide, and it's quite slippery. I pay attention to my footing. You follow the cave system down, 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 all the way that must be the bottom of the cliffs. You have to climb down a 3-story wall into the last section, and are grateful at your anti-grav belt for making it easier. You are still tired though. You can see the dim light below. Daylight? You emerge into a hidden valley, totally surrounded by tall cliffs. Did you just come down all that way? You are surrounded by the ruins of the convergent domain buildings, in much better condition than the windswept ones in the surface. It's perfectly still here, and as quiet as space itself. What was this? This whispers reverently. Some sort of converger facility? And it feels familiar. You remember this place from your dreams, and feel a throbbing sense of importance that it is a bit unnerving. Something momentous happened to you here, or will happen to you someday. You poke around a little, then call Utopia to give her your coordinates. She swings down on her glider with extra ones for you and this tether behind it. You're happy you won't have to climb all the way back up. She whistles. Great find, kids! This place didn't show up any of our area scans. Took me a while to find the route in. You look bushed. I'll stick around to get some readings, but you head back onto the depot and get some rest. Don't worry, we aren't going to push on without you. Alright, we can... You're too injured to continue. Yup, I sure are. That is fine though. Plus more engineering. Very good, very good. Right, we are about to rest, but first let's look around. Talk with everyone. We are getting closer to the end of the stream anyway. What's up, this? You and this are settling on the tailgate of one of the expedition vehicles, shelling power seeds with your teeth and spitting hard bits on the ground. Now and then, one of you points out something funny a passing surveyor does, or spots something under the mush trees. This is the easiest way to talk to this, by not talking at all. This has always been like this, being isolated from the other kids and made him thoughtful. Out of everyone, you think this might understand about Sim and be able to keep a secret. Do you tell him? I do trust him, I will tell him. You tell this that you saw something interesting when you were out on an expedition. This person immediately turning to look at you. Yeah, what? I met an alien, this. He drops, his face goes to an interesting color. You're worried for a moment that he's going to be upset that with you for teasing him, but no way! But I met an alien too, Rixton. What was your like? Like us, but alien? You describes him, his long hair, and dark hair, his big eyes, his faint purple skin, and the way he never seems to answer any of your question. This stares at your face. Wait, you met Sim too? You know that this hands fly to his ear. He said he met another human kid, but he didn't say who it was. It was you the whole time. He made me swear I wouldn't tell anyone, he says earnestly. It's a weird expression on him. He said if other humans find out about the gardeners, we'd all be in a lot of danger. So we can talk about Sim, but we have to keep it a secret. So the Western Ridge ruins. Yeah, I'm sure the gardeners are related to those ruins somehow. I asked Sim if the gardeners built that what used to be there. He said the ruins built the gardeners. He's always speaking in riddles. No, that makes sense to me actually. Okay, this will be our secret. He's not looking serious. Good, he says simply and then repeats. Good. You go back shelling bomber seeds in silence, watching the convoy go about his business. Okay. Embarrassing lesson, keeping between runs. That's actually a pretty good nature fact. You tell him about the time Tang brought Skunk back for show and tell in biology and got scared of vomit worst, most smelliest, grossest thing you ever smelled, and everyone thought Tang had farted. And Professor Hall had to clear the whole room, and it took weeks to get the smell out of the beanbags, and it was so gross. But also kind of neat how such tiny bug could make a whole room of kids run away. Carl laughs. I remember that, Rixton, except the way I heard it wasn't Tang, it was you. Cute. Biology 80. What do you like again? Blue fruits and eggs. Food. Oh, you have something to say. You had plans to hang out with Carl today, but when you arrive at Geoponics Dome, it's blurringly dark inside. You fumble around in the red emergency lighting until all the lights come back at the heavy ka-shunk of a breaker being flipped. You blink into the sudden blinding light until the figures of Carl and Chief Engineer Instance resolve themselves in your vision. Absolutely no more of that, young man, Instance quotes Carl, and he carries hoverboard in his arms. The power grid is not your plaything. I understand, Alti, I'm sorry. Instance mutters herself as she passes you. Honestly, I'll this over a toy. Hey, bud. Sorry, I meant to meet you outside after work, but... Looks down his hoverboard. My board wouldn't start and I figured it might be out of juice, but when I plugged it in, it threw it all the sparks and then the whole power grid shut down. I was gonna ask Dr. Instance, I don't have enough engineering to fix it. I'm sorry, Carl, that sucks. Yeah, it's just... We only got a few things left from when we were kids, you know? Everything else is broken or gone or dead. It's always kinda sad when a piece of old technology needs to be retired, but Carl seems to take this one harder than most. He hugs the hoverboard in his chest and excuses himself, not wanting to hear your goodbye. It is what it is. Hey, bud. Rex hasn't gotten used to the life on the surface yet. You remember your first year where Tumnus seemed so enormous and so full of dangers and mysteries? Well, it still does, but the shock eventually wore off. Rex still has the slightly bewildered look on his face every time he walks outside and the sunlight hits his face. It's so bright and warm. Here, have a tree! Nothing like a dog's more like a Strix, right? Yeah, I fucking knew. I knew it was like the logs. That's funny. Mummy's running around making pew-pew noises at things like they are shooting imaginary lasers. Which is fitting because that's exactly what they're doing. Oh, hey, Rixton! They say when they notice you watching. Do you want to play Laser Fable? It's so fun. What do you want? Creativity 40. Oh. It's kind of obvious when you find that. Staying cool. 4-point kind that is any color but unchangeable. What would you like? You probably would like this, but I don't want to give this away. I love Rex, he's so simple. He's cute. Would you like some crystals? Oh! Lucky guess on that one. Normally makes a sound that appreciation and holds the crystal up to the light. Wow, it makes rainbows? It's perfect, thank you so much. Yeah, lucky guess. They do look like they would like crystals, to be fair. Tank thrones and unit soldiers and the helipods jog past her, an entire ship of thick-skulled, warmongering idiots. What a relief, surely all of our problems will simply go away if we fire a laser at them. Here, have a fruit. You make to guess the gift so well. I mean, it's kind of like the design is as like the characters' designs are pretty intuitive of what they would like. I think the only one I didn't guess for the longest time was this actually. I just couldn't figure out what he likes, and it turns out he just likes the same thing his sister likes, which is cute. What did you like? You liked food, and that's it. Here, have an egg. Thank you for remembering my birthday, Erickson. It's hard without calm here. Aw. There you go, darling. Okay. No food, no weapons, no defenses. So is it Vice? Crossing his arms. No wonder you were almost destroyed. I don't know what I expected, but I figured I would have been better than this. Don't worry though. We're here now. We can protect you. Iron stomach. I challenge you. This is a classic Helio test of grit. Punching each other in the stomach until one of you gives up or passes out. It was hard for me anyways. Yeah, I mean, I understand. It's not. I'm not saying that you were wrong for it being hard. I still struggle with a few of them. I still only figured out one for each, I think, and I just don't try not to like shake the bolt on it. It builds character. He says, tapping his knuckles. His wrist glistens menacingly. Did any Helio ever putting a piece of metal under this shirt though? Clang. He punches reverberates through the courtyard, and he yells and cradles his fist. He's surprised at first and angry at his pain, but you pull out the sheet of metal from your shirt and he bursts out laughing. I win by default. Oh shit, I forgot to heal first. It's fine, it's only one. Don't be such a coward, Rixton. Take it like a soldier. Still, you didn't get punched in the stomach, so that's a win in your book. I don't expect you know this, but I'm kind of a big deal. Sure, this is my first time planetside, but among the other recruits, everyone listens to me. So if you want to make a good impression on the others, you should try to impress me first. The operative word being try. Sharpshooting. Here, have this. Hurt him again, please. He's so full of himself. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be a recurring character with some of these kids. You have this plant. Did not care about it. I was like, that's for first aid. I'm not going to give you a gun. I still kind of want him to like me, just in case. Uh-oh. Once him out of curiosity, that was a ride. Oh, there you are. Art is poring over a real book with real paper. You crawled around to take a look at it. This belongs to that new kid, Nomi? I told them I was looking for something to design my new fashion line, and they just handed me this. The book is filled with character designs, giant robots, and pictures of characters kissing. It's a manga. It's so good. Mars is turning the pages. This is what we need here, people with talent. Oh, you have a crystal, darling. Funny. That is very funny. Just like the first year. Just checking on everyone. What else can soldiers? Don't trust anyone whose life will depend on conflict. To a soldier, everything looks like war. Not wrong. Yes. Yeah, that's really funny. Oops. Alright. Time to do more resting. And it is also time afterwards to stop. Your mom is tending to her gardens as you relax nearby. You're both happy to leave each other alone, but you can hear her muttering herself as she pulls weeds. Every day. Think I was never here at all with how some of these weeds grow. I thought that bringing only nice plants would mean we wouldn't have to weed as much, but these watermelon plants, they are unstoppable. Thank you for the follow, Indie Pixie. She pulls hard on one weed, which turns out to be a huge creeping vine, yanks out of the few flowers. Just one place on this planet, that's ours. I help her pull the weeds. There you go. You get down and help your mom pull weeds from the better part of the afternoon. It's surprisingly hard work. By the end of your back shoulders are aching. The palms of your hands are on fire. Your mom dumps a huge armful of weeds into the wheelbarrow. These go all the way to the edge of the colony. Whatever plants these roots belong to, they are invading my garden. She turns towards the walls and yells, "You stupid pink bastards! Stay out there where you belong." Is that good enough anymore? I mean, it's certainly not the worst card in our deck, but I think it can go. This is pretty good. The Verdumnal Festival is a welcome day of normalcy in the otherwise chaotic year. Despite some lingering rivalry between the few factions, oh, I forgot that it's... Isn't it that in the middle of that season? Anyway, despite some lingering rivalry between the two factions, Vertumnalia is in the chance of the Helios and Stratos to come together and appreciate the bounty of the planet. At least that's what the adults say. As Governor Lum takes the stage to address the colony, you can't help but to notice the crowd has segregated itself according to the ship of origin. Beck shoots you away from over the Stratos side, and Nomi makes a silly face. I'm going to say Vice. Vice is surrounded by other young soldiers, all looking sharp in their Hello Pals uniform. With them standing beside you, you wonder if the two ships will ever feel like one colony. The fanfare plays over the square's announcement system. Lum's Honor's Guard do a complex drill with their drone rifles. "Greetings, people of Vertumna," Lum says, his voice ringing out over the square. "We may be far from our beautiful Earth, but we can still celebrate and be thankful for what we have here. We've worked hard to save this beleaguered little colony from the brink of destruction and should be proud of our work." The Helios cheer. Your side of the scare is more quiet. I know some of you have been asking, "Lum, how are you going to do all of this by yourself? How are you going to run the colony, solve everyone's problem, turn this planet into a paradise, and look this good?" Lum strikes a pose to the smattering of polite applause. "Well, I have an answer for you. The old council made a lot of bad choices, like illegally leaving Earth, but I believe in second chances, so I appointed the original department heads to my own council. Lum's council 2.0. Better not disappoint me. He laughs and makes finger guns at the department heads at the foot of his podium. Stay on your toes, Stratus. I also want to promise everyone here today that we are going to make Vertum the same from humans. The next time those bastard Xenos attack, we are going to blow them to so many little pieces they won't be enough left to wipe off our boots. We've already got defenses, he says, gesturing boldly new taller, thicker walls, and we are building homes for everyone. Homes where people can raise children again, knowing that our military men and women are keeping us safe. Big cheers from both sides this time. Some of the colonists around you even have tears in their eyes, especially those who lost family in the last attack. Loom goes on for a while, lionizing the Hellopouse's military strength and casting subtle digs at your failed colony experiment. Finally, the crowd disperses to set up square for the afternoon festivities, some traditional, some new. Fuck you, fascist, I agree. Yep, I will be with you in a moment, Catrix. I'll just finish this scene. At the tables, Aunt Annie and the kids are setting out for spread for dinner. There's an unimaginable amount of food thanks to the Hellopouse's huge ration surplus, and piles upon piles of xenommeat from hunting parties for those who can stomach it. Annie is all smiles, making an effort to move on as Loom mandates despite still mourning her lost son, Com. But not even the festive atmosphere can force a smile onto Nem's face. Who those Jelly-O jerks thinks they are, is my question. Ooh, Mars. Right, this Lum guy is a tool. Did you hear what he says about us? How crass. Like, have some respect. This arrives carrying a big tureen of stew, and now they're just taking over and everybody's okay with this? Those are bigger cowards than I thought. Mars looks at this in shock as they agree on something for once. Huh. Persuasion, reasoning, organizing. I guess I am Xeno wrangling. I am a combat guy. The chime sounds to announce the score set up for an annual competition. What do you choose this year? I guess I am wrangling a Xeno. Ooh. Interesting. With that come to run the obstacle course, the physical competition has been replaced with Floatco Rodeo. The bulls have their arbreaders emptied and weights attached to the grasshopper's legs, keeping them low enough to wrangle. Nem joins the rodeo alongside with Vice, I decided. She freely dedicates her participation to Com's memory. This is cruel, Carl shouts from the sidelines. Floatcos are friends, not foes. I don't disagree with him, to be fair. It throws the ripe potato at the participants. It lands at your feet, but all three of you splattered with juice. Vice takes a step forward, Carl, with his fist raised, but Carl disappears into the crowd. Oh, Let's steal us straight there. Actually, he goes straight. Oh, I give it a... So it's an 8-point card. I mean, that's a very good card. Enemy fights hard, but you are the champ. You get the lasso on the ornery bull's neck and then haul yourself up to the woolly back. His powerful grasshopper legs bounce you around the ring, but you manage to hold on and wrestle it down to the dirt. The crowd cheers so loudly you can barely hear the Floatco bleating in discomfort. Yee-haw! Chief Surveyor Utopia cheers from the stands. Nem looks disappointed. Vice looks angry. Your preference had definitely put his redder as a competition. After the festivities, the mood of the colony is a lot lighter. You see people smiling easier and see Mixed groups of Helios and Stratos socializing together. It feels like the first time people actually have let themselves relax. Just in time. As we are going to continue from here next time. Thank you everyone for being here. I hope you enjoyed. And I will see you all later. Bye bye!